안녕. 건여해요. 어서오세요. 좋은 아침이에요. 오늘은 탱글타워라는 추리게임을 할 거고요. 소리 별로 그렇게 작진 않지. 시작해볼까? 되게 소리가 공포 게임 같아. 아니었으면 좋겠는데. 고수 가장자리.
You ready, Sally?
셀리 준비됐어?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
그리모어야 이름이? 주인공 이름이 그리모어인가 봐요. 지금 7분 30초째 서 있기만 했대요. 깜깜하구만.
Just checking.
그냥 확인해 본 거야.
Do you have the map?
Yeah, but it's basically blank.
그냥 텅 빈 지도를 줬다.
Did you read the case file? What do you think?
어떻게 생각해?
I'm not sure yet.
정보가
It's really
많지는
not a
않아.
lot to go on.
많지 않은 정보. 사건 조사 왔나 보죠?
Did you read it?
너는 읽었어?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
안 읽었어. 주인공 안 읽음. 사건 파일. 페리아 플라워? 초상화를 그리던 도중 사망. 에프로아 플로아탑. 장소. 얘가 죽었다는 건가? 피해자. 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 등을 대고 쓰러진 채 발견되었으며 대자로 쓰러졌네요. 가슴에 자상 찔린 상태가 있었대요. 어떤 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 끝내 뭐지? 얘 피해자가 끝내지 못한 그림 속의 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었대요. 그림 속에 있는 칼로 찔렀다는 얘기네. 일단 좀 여우를 좀 이동시키자. 글자가 잘 안 보이죠? 그냥 여우가 읽어줄게요. 안 봐도 되지. 오, 확대 기능. 탱글타워. 뒤에 메모가 적혀있다. 하단부에 저택으로 연결된 2개의 탑이 있을 뿐이다. 원형 호수에 둘러싸여 있대요. 호수는 깍지를 듯한 절벽에 둘러싸여 있다. 절벽은 가파라서 오를 수 없다. 탱글타워에는 2 가문이 있대요. 플라워 가문이랑 이게 뭐야? 포인터? 목 길다. 이게 지도. 정말 아무것도 없네.
So, who do you think
그래서
did
누구
it?
지인 것 같아? 아직은 모르지.
Sally, you know full well we
용의자 한
haven't
명도
met a
못
single
만났잖아.
suspect yet.
맞아요.
We haven't even been to the crime scene.
사건 현장에도 안 가봤어요.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked
진짜?
out.
천재인가?
So, who?
Sally.
Still, it's a garden.
정원이야.
I think it's currently far
여기선
away.
멀어.
We could walk closer to it.
Ready when you are.
It's a bird bath.
새들 욕조.
Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
좀 수상하다.
The birds seem to like it.
새들은
They're
좋아하는
even
것
singing
같다.
a little tune.
짹짹.
뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜.
그걸 따라하네.
Please don't do that. That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks
보랏빛이
poisonous.
도는 호수.
I think it's just
그냥
water.
물인 것 같은데?
Yeah, water with poison.
독이 든 물.
Mountains.
아, 별의별 게 다 있네.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains. They're more like cliffs.
절벽에
Whatever they
가까워.
are, they go all the way around the lake.
It's a garden. I think. It's
We could.
ready when you are.
이것도 볼 수 있나?
Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's wave just in case.
손 한번 흔들어 보자. 혹시 모르니. 저런.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
아, 섬을 왕래할 수 있는 유일한 수단이 배밖에 없어?
What a comforting thought.
진짜 별의별 게 다 찍어볼 수 있네. 정원.
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
호수에 있던 그 이상한 물이 여기에도 가득 차 있어.
Any fish in there?
물고기는 있어?
Not a single one.
한 마리도 없어.
Although there is
근데 뭔가 있기는
something
해.
there.
It's a cassette tape.
카세트 테이프가
Or
있다.
it used to be.
망가지기 전에는 카세트 테이프였다. 라벨의 잉크는 번져서 알아볼 수 없다.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster.
비늘로 뒤덮인 두 발로 걷는 괴물.
Playing a harp.
하프를 켜고 있다.
Playing a harp.
하프를 켜는 고상한 괴물 이너인가?
Hang on a second.
뭔가 있어.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
그냥 평범한 동상은 아니지.
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
아직 이걸 풀 수 없다는 느낌이 들어. 맞아. 힌트를 못 봤어.
Let's come back later. It must do
분명 어떤 용도가 있을 거야.
You'd hope so, wouldn't
그러길
you?
바라는 거지? 맞아. 하프 동상.
It's a stone carving. Wonder how it got cracked.
돌 조각상이라니. 알 조각상 아니야?
I think it's supposed to look like that.
원래 그렇게 만든 것 같다.
It's an egg.
알이잖아.
What animal
이건 무슨
is
동물이지?
that?
그리핀?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
그리즐리 베어 아니고 뭐였더라?
Right. Of
그래,
course.
그렇다 쳐.
A hawk bear lizard.
매곰도마뱀. 엄청난 이름이다. 엄청난 이름이야.
It's a bandstand.
연주 무대.
Bit small for a bandstand.
너무 작은데?
It's a one-man
1인용 연주
bandstand.
무대.
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
이건 뭐 같아?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
탐정들에게 겁을 줘서 쫓아내려는 걸 거야.
Is it working?
먹히고 있니?
No.
No.
It's quiet.
조용해.
Mm-hmm.
으흐.
You're supposed to say
너무 조용해.
It's not.
아니야.
It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
좋아요. 들어가 봅시다. 재밌네. 대사가 너무.
little bird feeders.
새 모이통. 새가
I know
많네.
they're for birds.
새를 위한 건지 어떻게 알아?
you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
우리가 안으로 들어가려 하면 저 동상이 움직일까?
No.
그냥
I think
조용히
he'll just
보고만 있을 것
silently
같아.
judge us.
Oh,
What?
oh, there's an O on the floor.
바닥에 오자가 있어.
Oh yeah. Tangle tour.
투월, 티월,
Twir.
토월.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave
누군가
up.
자르려고 시도했다 포기한 것 같다.
Can you blame them?
뭐 두께를 보면 그럴 것 같아요. 근데 거의 다 잘랐는데 포기했네.
Should we ring the
초인종을
doorbell?
눌러야 하나?
Why would we not?
안 그럴 이유 있어? 띵동 띵동. 아니네, 이거 흔드는 건가?
It's a little melody.
멜로디가 짧다. 흔든 거 아니야? 직접 흔든 거 아니야?
Don't
들어가.
think it's locked.
열려 있는 거 같은데?
Yeah, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
들어오라는 거 같죠?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
펌킨님 어서와요. 소린 펌킨님 어서와요. 오늘은 탱글타워를 하고 있고요. 이제 막 시작했어. 이거 되게 여기저기 다 클릭하면은 보통은 반응 없는데 얘는 있어서 너무
Let's
재밌어.
head to the crime scene
현장부터
first. It's
가보자.
at the top of the west tower, I think.
야, 아무데나 다 찍으면 반응해줘. 헐, 이게 두 가문 플라워랑 포인트 가문이 사는 집이라고 했죠. 탑 두 개를 사이로 둬서 집에는 이어져 있다고 해요.
Now it's a big glass
물로
tube.
가득 차 있어.
There are weeds in there.
수초가 있어.
And
모래도.
sand.
It's an aquarium.
수족관인가?
Could be. Except there's
안에
nothing
살아있는
living
건
in it.
없다. 수초는 있는데 더 이상?
What is that?
이거 그거 아닌가? 저거 뭐야?
I think it's a
가게도.
family tree.
자세히 봐봐. 플러 포인트. 얘 뭐야? 여러 개가 있네. 이거 백. 아, 이 백이랑 얘랑 합쳐서 이렇게 된 거야? 아, 이쪽에 포인트인가요? 빨간 게? 아, 그러네. 포인트네. 아, 이거 리밍턴이라고 읽는 건가 이거? 레이디 레밍턴. 그렇구나. 많이 들어본 성이네요. 레밍턴. 아무튼 그렇고요. 잘 모르겠어.
Finally, we get to
살인사
investigate a murder in a
으스스한 저 책에서
spooky
살인 사건을
mansion.
It's
조사하는구나.
not that
그렇게
spooky,
으스스하진
really.
않은데.
Don't ruin this.
분위기 망치지 마. 바로 퇴짜.
It's not
잠겨
locked.
있지 않아.
A door.
문이야.
Oh, what's behind it?
뒤엔 뭐가 있을까?
room.
방이지. 그렇긴 하네요.
This one has a big P.
큰 피가 있는데?
That's
필시 주목할 만해.
probably
피라서?
important.
How very P-ceptive of you.
아, 얘 지금 피로 갖다 말장난하는 거네. 이거 소리를 좀 키워보죠. 뭐야?
Finally, we get to
It's
investigate.
not that
Don't
spooky.
ruin this.
아니, 이거 왜 여기를 가야 되나? 아, 여기 있다. 목소리 키워. 여긴 F.
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion?
이런 데저트 로비에 자기 가문의 이름 이니셜 크게 내걸지 않는 거 봤어? 맞아, 다 내걸긴 하더라. 다 내걸긴 했어. 서쪽 탑이라고 했나요? 생각보다 방이 많네. 플로라구나? 플로어가 아니 사건 파일. 아, 플라워는 피해자구나. 플로라 플라워야? 아니? 어휴. 한글로 좀 번역해주지. 이름도. 좋아요. 하나하나 봐볼까요?
Let's take a look at that painting
먼저
first.
그림부터 확인하자. 그래.
There it is.
바로 이거다. 피해자가 이렇게 누워있고 찔린 상처가 하나 있는데 흉기가
The
그림 속에
unfinished
있는
portrait of
시칼이라
Flora
그러죠.
Fellow.
플로라 플라워의 조상화.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
페리아 맞겠죠? 쓰러진 피해자가 페리아 플라워라 그랬어요.
Looks that way.
아, 페리아 플로라였나? 플라워였나? 조상화. 끝내 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 이거 목 길어. 이 끝에 있는 피자국이 피해자의 피자국이라는 거지.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
살인
We
무기에도
didn't
정말
find
이상한
a
점이
murder
있다.
weapon.
우린 아직 살인 무기도 찾지 못했거든. 아, 벌써 뭔가 해야 돼? 프레야의 죽음에는 이상한 점이 있다. 이봐 그래도 튜토리얼은
That's not a
알려줘야지.
complete sentence. We still need to choose 2 stray thoughts and put them into the slots.
흩어진 생각 둘을 골라서 슬롯에 넣어야 돼. 현장에서 사라졌다. 이렇게인가?
Blood is holding a knife tipped with Freya Fellow because it stabbed Freya. Nope.
안 통해. 읽어주네. 그림이 공격했다는 거지. 아. 이거 두 개는 맞았는데 P랑 얘는 아니라는 거네요. 초상화가 들고 있는 건 플로라의 초상화가 들고 있는, 그러니까 칼을 들고 있으면 그 끝에 붙은 건 P다. 이렇게인가?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
아, 이거 배치가 왜 이렇게 되어 있나 했더니 영어
You
문법이
think
그래서
Freya was
그렇구나.
stabbed by a painting, not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting
문법이 그래서
itself.
그렇구나. 문법상 영어로
Freya
하면은
was
저게
standing
순서가 맞을
right up by
거예요.
the canvas when she was killed.
뭔가
There's
한국이랑
blood on the
문법
knife.
순서가 앞뒤가 다르다고
It's the murder
그랬거든.
weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife.
그래서 저렇게 배치가
You
되어
can't
있네요.
stab.
결국 우리는 그림을
See
넣고
any
문장을
other
읽고
knives
해야
around
돼.
here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does
그게
that
무슨
leave
단서가
us?
되는데
A painting can't be a murder suspect.
그림은 살인의 용의자가 될 수 없다고. 맞는 말이지. 끝내지 못한 그림. 아, 이거 분위기가 되게 공포 게임 같다. 맞아요. 그래서 이름을 한국어로 안 바꿨나봐. 헷갈릴까봐. 아까 전에 가게도도 영어로 적혀 있었잖아. 그 두 가문이 섞일 때마다 성이 바뀌던가 그런 거 같거든. 그래서 그런지 이름을 영어로 넣네요. 한국인 한정 2배로 어려운 게임. 한국인 한정 두뇌를 2배로 써야 되는 게임. 일단 조사를 해보죠.
Freya's painting supplies.
미술용품. 뭔가 문양이 있네요. 흰색, 검은색, 흰색. 와, 이 5가지로 갖다 색깔 섞어서 만드는 거야? 대단한데? 세상에? 아, 다 금이 가 있다.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the
그림을
painting
그리고
when she was
있었나 봐.
killed. Looks like she was still holding her
물감
paintbrush and
붓을 들고
palette when she
있었던 것처럼
fell.
보이네.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
붓과 팔레트. 진짜 색깔을 섞어서 만드나 보네. 빨간 물감이 묻은 채 말라있다. 빨간 물감.
Supposedly, Freya was
그러고
working on the
보니
painting when she was
뭐지?
killed.
저 뭐야, 전통적인 색깔은 악효가 들어가서 마르면 겁나게 딱딱해진다 그래요.
Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
그거를 녹여서 그리는 거라고. 그 딱딱해져서 그걸로 찌를 수 있었을까?
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
아, 이건 봤죠. 일단 알부터 볼까?
Is that an egg?
저거 알 아니야?
An egg with bird feet.
알에 3발이 붙어있다. 심지어 발 3개.
It's also covered in gemstones.
잼스톤.
What a completely ordinary object.
참도 평범한 물건이네.
I think
와,
it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
심지어 돌릴 수 있어.
It's some kind
아,
of
이거는 떨어지지 않는 거, yon 떨어지는 거. 이렇게 2번 꺾였다고 해야 되나? 보라색깔이랑 노란색이네요. 이거네요. 짧은 쪽이 보라색, 긴 쪽이 노란색이야. 그러면은 이번 이거 녹색이랑 한 번 대각선 살짝 꺾어진 거 2번 꺾였네요. 녹색이랑 분홍색 이거죠? 긴 쪽이 분홍색이야? 짧은 쪽이 분홍색이네? 아, 빨간색이네요. 그리고 녹색. 이거 뭐라 그래야 돼? 이 번개 문양으로 꺾어지는 건 뭔지 좀 보죠. 아, 둘 다 보라색이, 둘 다 이거야. 야, 보라색 맞지? (90도) 짧은 쪽이 보라색, 긴 쪽이 파란색이에요. 짧은 쪽이 보라색, 긴 쪽이 파란색. 잉? 계속 아니 멍청하게 이미 완성된 곳에서 보석을 갖고 와가지고 전에 했던 게 다 풀렸어. 이건 돼 있고 요것도 돼 있고 이것도 했고 이 2개만이네요. 그럼 이거랑 이거 2개랑 요렇게 2개. 짧은 쪽이 파란색, 긴 쪽이 빨간색이었어요. 그러면은 맞는데? 위에서부터 보죠. 빨간색, 녹색, 다음에 이거 2개는 보라색 2개. 길고 짧은 쪽, 굵은 쪽이죠? 그럼 보라 색깔이랑 파란색.
Reset the puzzle?
안돼. 이거 완료 버튼은 어디서 누르는 거지? 네모나게 둘러싸여져 있는 건 이거죠? 녹색 노란색 맞아요. 다음 얘는 끝났고 이거죠? 노란색하고
No, that was it.
Nice work.
아! 힌트를 눌러서 완성되면 넘어가는 거야? 찰칵.
Did it unlock?
안에 뭐가 들어있어?
Nothing.
반응이 없네?
Nothing.
아무것도?
I'm not leaving without a clue. Empty egg is a clue, right?
비날. 심지어 비날. 속이 비어있다. 부드러운 벨벳 소재로 열되어 있다. 이상한 발 3개가 있다. 새 발 3개죠?
Is that a gramophone?
축음기인가?
I think so.
와, 고상하다.
Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
아! 하지만 축음기처럼 생긴 그냥 저 뭐라지? 라디오?
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
모양만 맞아요. 모양만 축음기야. 카세트 테이프 돌리는 물건이에요. 여기다 카세트 테이프 넣었나 보다. 여기 죄다 금이 안 간 게 없어.
What about the cassette
카세트
tape?
테이프는
Yeah, sure.
굉장히
is.
분홍색이다.
Pink.
어휴, 이거 카세트 테이프도 카세트 테이프도 금이 가 있는데. 브레야에게
Do you think it still
아직
works?
작동할까?
The gramophone?
시도해보자.
We could give it a go.
틀어보자. 아우. 아, 이렇게 꽂는 거였어? 프로그램님 어서 오세요. 반가워요. 좋은 아침이에요.
It's piano music.
피아노 음악이 돼 있다. 짧게 재생되다 멈춘다. 진짜 피아노 음악이네? 꺼내고 이거 넣어보자. 이거 호수에서 주워온 거죠? 뭔가 되게 으스스한 소리가 난다.
Weird.
괴상하다.
It's someone humming a tune.
아, 그러네요. 뭔가 흥얼거리는 소리가 나네요. 흥얼거리는 소리가 들린다. 됐어요. 꺼내고 다음은 우리 용의자 첫 번째. 어휴, 이분도 목 기시네.
Flora Fellow?
이분이 플로라 플라워네요. 할머니 54세.
Sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
살인 사건은 목격했나요?
Nothing. What do we do?
어떡하지?
Not sure.
글쎄.
She's entitled to her silence, I
그녀에겐
suppose.
침묵할 권리가 있지.
For now.
지금은 아, 이거 주인공들은 목이 멀쩡한 거 보면 이거 유전병인가? 목 겁나 길어.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora?
우리에게 말하고 싶은 거 없습니까? 고민 중.
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it.
목이 길다. 맞아요.
We'll
목
just
짱
have to
길어.
ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
별로 하고 싶은 말 없나 봐요.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about
어제
yesterday?
무슨 일 있었는지
Did
물어보는
you
거죠?
talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
물어. 질문이 많은데 대답을 안 해.
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope.
너?
But at least we can say we tried.
우리는 시도했어. 진술.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must
당연히
have seen
뭔가 본 게
something.
있겠지. 방에 같이 있었으면.
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
뭐라도 얘기해 줄 수 있나요? 말 안 함. 어휴. 머리카락 흩날림.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she
정말
really
초상화랑
doesn't know
똑같이
anything.
생겼다. 자기
How
그림이랑.
is that possible?
어떻게 그럴 수 있지? 좋아요. 넘어갑시다.
That's the only door in and out
유일한
of the
문.
room.
아 뭐야 이렇게 올라오는 거야?
It's also
근데 바닥에
on the
있지.
floor.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed
바닥에
to be
있으면 안
down
되는
there.
것 같은데.
A little pot
작은
plant
화분.
balanced on the window.
It's the only plant in the entire
방
room.
전체에 있는 유일한 식물.
It's so dark back
굉장히
there.
어둡네.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far
햇빛이
to
방
the
깊이
room.
안 들어가는 것 같다. 이건 뭐죠?
We're at the top of the tower, right?
다 꼭대기에 있는 거지?
I think so. Why?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
이거 위에 그려놓은 거 되게 태양 같네요.
A bunch of old books,
오래된 책 여러 권.
covered in dust now, but they look
많이
well
읽은
read.
것처럼 보여. 좋아요. 일단 이동해 봅시다. 어디로 갈 수 있나? 다 둘러봐야지. 어휴. 여기도 사람이 있네.
A little hand-painted statue.
작은
How
조각상이다.
can you tell it's hand painted?
직접 칠한지 어떻게 알아?
Well, the paints are right there
바로
on the
책상 위에
desk.
물감이
Also, I
있으니까.
mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
종말이다님 어서와요. 건야우예요. 오. 검을 들고 있는 남자의 나무 조각상. 조각상은 직접 칠했지만 전문가의 손길은 아니다. 노란색, 파란색, 검은색, 흰색, 빨간색 어딨어? 빨간색 물감은 어딨죠?
Nice. A real treasure
진짜
chest.
보물 상자.
How do you know there's treasure?
안에 보물이 들어있는지 어떻게 알아?
Why else
안
would it
그럼
be
왜
locked?
잠겨 있겠어?
Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
어.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
앞에 이 그림은 뭐지?
Not sure.
글쎄.
We should check that treasure map
보물
too.
지도도 확인해야 될 것 같은데. 그렇다네요.
I'll come back later. It's a drinking horn.
꿀 모양 잔.
Is it full of ale? Or mead?
에일로
maybe?
가득 차 있어? 아니면 벌꿀죠? 아무것도 없을 것 같죠?
Right now, it's just
그냥
full of
먼지만
dust.
들어 있어.
Oh.
먼지술.
It's earth.
지구다.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light,
지구가 종이로 만들어졌고 희미한 핑크빛을 낸다면.
Puffer
보거?
fish?
yes,
예스.
it's also a lamp. For some reason,
보거등이에요.
the entire room is made of
방
wood.
전체가 나무로 되어
Oh,
있다.
it's not just made of wood.
나무로 되어 있는 것만이 아니야.
I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
배의 선체가 그러네. 배처럼 생겼네.
What is it?
이건 뭐야?
He's an imp.
인프.
What does he do?
그게 뭔데?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed
거짓말을
in the
너무
middle of
많이
the
하면
night.
한밤중에 내 침대 마트로 찾아오는 존재.
Oh,
무서운데? 어우.
it's a barometer.
뭐
But it's
기압계야? 시계인 줄 알았는데.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't
기압계는
broken.
멀쩡한 법이 없더라. 그런 거야?
broken. A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit
달밤에
night.
산을 그린 연필화.
Mood.
무드하고는 좋아요. NPC 나중에
A
봐.
lot of redundant light sources
조명이
in
굉장히
here.
많다.
A lot of redundant light sources in here. It's a magic lamp.
마법 램프.
Can we summon the genie?
지니를 부를 수 있나?
If we get really stuck, sure.
조사가 막히면 시도해보재요.
That's a massive
엄청
conch
큰
shell.
소라.
Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
안에 아무것도 없겠죠?
I hope so.
그러면 좋겠네. 이게 해머.
It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as
정중하게
lived
손때가
in.
묻었다고 하자.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just I think it's the actual hull.
좋아요. 이제 NPC. 안녕.
Sir?
저기요?
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
맞아요. 진짜 다 클릭돼요. 어지간한 건 클릭하면 다 답을 해줘. 이거 포인트 앤 클릭 중에선 거의 신세계 아니야? 여우가 했던 저 뭐야 종이 홀레복에서는 아예 연관이 없는 것들은 클릭조차 안 됐죠. 주인공 이름이 그리모어예요. 무슨 마법책 이름처럼 생겼어.
Good mysterious name.
얘도 그렇게 말하네. 마법책처럼
Felix
생겼어.
fellow at your beck and call.
페릭스.
And
페릭스 팔로우.
this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name.
이 아저씨
as well.
페릭스 팔로우에.
Thanks.
If
플로어지
you would,
플로.
Mr. Fellow, we really
Flower?
need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you.
이거 영어
two.
참
Oh, yeah?
영어 참 헷갈린다.
Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries and exploring new
지네 집이
places,
미스터리하다는 거는
uncovering secret rooms, hidden
얘도
treasures.
알고 있나 보구나.
That's what life is all about.
아 근데
Rooms?
이거 그림이 왜 이렇게 역동적이야? 밝다 맞아요 밝아요. 이거 그림이 왜 이렇게 역동적이야?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
뭐 그런 것이지.
Sir?
아 이거는 이미 봤던 거라
Can you
그렇구나.
Good Felix.
And,
Yeah.
Thanks.
if you would, Mr. Fellow.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of
페릭스
you two.
펠릭스?
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving, uncovering. That's what life.
Secret room?
That.
이제 보니
So, Felix, what exactly do
하는
you
일이 뭐죠?
do?
Is it not obvious?
탐험가다.
I'm an explorer. Explorer slash.
겸 보물
treasure hunter.
사냥꾼.
Yes, well, best in the world.
심지어 세계 최고의
We're
얘도
talking
목이 좀
like
기네.
curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more
근데 얘
sophisticated.
어깨가 너무 커갖고
than that.
목이 길어도 잘
But
티가 안
I've
나.
certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask,
은퇴는 언제 하셨어요?
when did you retire?
You listen here.
다음 모험까지 쉬고 있는 거다. 얘 방금 윽했죠? 찔렸죠?
But it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of
운명의 바람이
destiny
이끄는 대로
take
간다오.
me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the fellow family has certain loyalties.
플라워가는
And with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire
피오나와
world.
플로라는
They are
아유,
the greatest treasure.
자기
of
자식이란 건가?
Uh-huh.
all. Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help.
조사가
but I wish you
무탈하기를
all the
진심으로
best in your
빌겠소.
investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
It's.
난
there's
말할
not
게
much to
별로
tell.
없소이다.
Mostly, I was in my room by myself.
내 방에서 혼자 있었거든.
Working on Flora's. Working on a project.
Your room is
플로라의
quite close to
프로젝트.
Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
뭘 들었죠? 말을 이제 진술
It was
해달라 그러는데?
dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain.
어제
as
자기가
life
들었던 것 중에 특이한 걸
Abridged
알려준 거죠?
version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down
누군가
the stairs.
계단을 내려가는 소리를
Just
들었다.
outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly. So I thought
평온했고
nothing of
정숙했다.
it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps.
같은 발걸음
Going the
소리가
same
한 번 더
way.
들렸다는 건가?
This time I could tell just
아,
from
다른
sound
발걸음 소리가
that
들렸다는
something
거네요.
was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing
Poppy.
down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz. As I know those
피츠.
two are close. So I looked into his room.
그래서 피츠의 방을
just in
봤는데
case, but it was empty. As was the garden beyond his window.
아유 저건도
Back
연결돼
in the
있어?
hallway, I bumped into a very
야, 인물이 너무 많아.
concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were
잠깐만,
there
잠깐만.
already.
야, 왜 이렇게 사람이 많아? 설민자 어서와요. 곤여워요. 아니, 한 명이 죽어 있는데 몇 명이 본 거야? 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 5명이 이 방에 있었다고? 심지어 2명이 나갔죠? 피오나, 포피, 파피죠? 피츠랑 포인터? 그리고 플로라 시체도 있었고요.
Soon enough, everyone else made their
곧
excuses.
저마다 변명을 해대면 자리를 떠났다.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed.
얘가 그 시체를 수습한 애가 얘였나 보네요. 그럼. 오,
Shelf junk.
잡동사니.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know this treasure?
Why else would it be? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging.
아, 지도를 여기를 보는 거구나. 아, 이 사진을 보고 보물 위치를 찾는 거야? 용, 산, 사이의 땅. 여기 같죠? 용이랑 산에 멀리에 나무가 보이고, 근데 나무가 좀 많이 멀어 보이는데? 그리고 땅이 있다. 이러면은 I4 엥? 아, 이거 동서남북이야? I4 이게 어느 쪽 방향을 가리켜야 되지? N으로 할까요? 보고 있는 방향?
Nothing.
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
I4가 아니야? 그러면 동서남북이 달라진 거네? S로 해볼까?
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting, like they're different versions of the same thing, maybe?
이거 설마 방향이 다르게도 볼 수 있나? 이 새 같은 것도 힌트일까요? 이거 거리가 좀 있어 보이지? 애추 6이요? 아, 그러네? 그렇게도 아, 여기 새도 있네. 천재인가? 그러면은 애추 6의 W? 천재인가?
I did it. What do I win?
와, 그걸 어떻게 봤어요?
Not bad. What was in the
상자 안에
box?
뭐가 있어?
More wooden
나무
models.
조각상들.
These are a little different to the one on the
조각상이랑 좀
desk.
다르다. 오, 아, 빨간색 여기 있네요. 이게 플로라 아니 플로라? 이게 피해자죠? 이게 할머니. 이 닭은 뭐야? 이 사람도 아직 못 본 건가? 큰 어깨를 간지하면 이게 본인인가? 아, 이 사람 이름이 너무 헷갈려. 아, 얘. 아, 뭐 노란색이 아니네? 녹색이죠, 머리가. 플렉스. 빨간 물감이 말라붙어 있다. 가장 응애이네. 아무튼 지금 3명 만났어. 플로라, 플렉스, 플레야. 아, 힘들어. 아, 그러고 보니 그런 애도 있었죠. 잠겨 있어.
Locked.
진짜 사람 많네. 아, 이게 피해자의 방이네요. 플레이어의 방.
A pillow with a paw print
발자국으로 본뜬 베개. 맞아요. 다 돌아다녀야 돼.
It's a cushion.
쿠션이거든.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate.
쿠션은 두는 안 맞잖아. 말장난하고 싶었나 보네.
There's no natural light
자연광이
here at
전혀
all.
없다. 그러네. 콱 막혀 있어요.
I like it.
마음에 들어. 아, 근데 여운 답답할 것 같아. 여운은 탁 트인 방이 좋아요. 창문 밖이 보이는 쪽이 좋아.
Freya's plants.
플레이할 식물이야.
They must not need
이
sunlight.
식물들은 햇빛이 필요 없나? 아, 여기도 뭔가
It's a little
있네요.
wooden box for paintbrushes.
물감붓을 놓는 작은 나무
To the
상자.
casual observer,
평범한
maybe.
사람한테는
They're not real paintbrushes.
진짜 물감붓이 아니다.
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
아, 이 친구들 참 뭘 보관하는데 왜 이렇게 퍼즐이 많아. 붓을 올바른 순서대로 놓아. 3칸. 큰 3칸. 큰 1칸. 이게 뭐를 의미하는 걸까요? 세 칸이라는 게 요렇게 세 칸을 말하는 건가? 이거 길이 조절은 안 되지. 일단 얘는 여기 같네요. 이거는 주황 색깔 막대기라는 거잖아. 이건 분 모양? 그쵸. 색깔 분 모양 막대기 색깔 길이를 여기 나와있는 힌트를 보고 맞추라는 것 같은데, 일단 얘는 맞춘 것 같아요. 그러면은 얘랑 같은 크기의 파란색? 파란색이 있나? 파란색이 얘랑 얘가 있는데 색깔 이거 뽑진 못하지. 이쪽 끝은 주황색 막대라는 거 같죠? 얘랑 얘가 같은 길이. 이렇게인가?
Nothing.
반응이
Did you
없다.
find a hint on those graphs? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
역시 파란 색깔이 좀 내리고 싶은데? 막대기 이렇게 세 칸. 아, 이게 바뀔 수도 있나? 맨 왼쪽이랑 가장 짧은 막대기요?
That was
Each
그러면은-
brush, the information we need is on the paper.
이렇게인가?
still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic.
파란 색깔은 아, 생각해보니까 녹색 이렇게도 갈 수 있구나. 여기가 파란색일 수도 있어요. 이러면
I did it.
됐다.
What do I win?
의외로 길이는 상관없는데? 그냥 단순히 색깔이랑 그것만 한 거네요. 위치가 아니라.
Not bad. What was in the box?
Just a photograph.
그냥 사진이 들어있다.
Well, most of a
사진의
photograph.
대부분. 이봐! 사진의 나머지 부분 어디 갔어? 두 어린 소녀의 사진. 한 명은 빨간 머리, 한 명은 아 이게 초록색 머리야? 이거 노란 색깔로 보이는데? 이게 초록색 머리면은 그러게요. 이런 게임 특 온전한 사진 바로 안 나옴. 맞네요.
That painting.
이 그림은
It's really
인상적인데?
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Frey enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
그림이 만들어내는 분위기가 좋았을 수 있다. 혼돈과 억압의 분위기? 무섭긴 해.
There's a smaller version back to the floor.
작은 버전이 바닥에 있어.
It's a photograph.
그림을 찍은 사진. 프레의 추상화를 찍은 사진. 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어져 있다. 이거였겠죠 사진은? 그러면은 인형.
Frey is bare.
Looks pretty
슬퍼
depressed.
보여.
He's had
그러게.
a rough couple of days.
지난 며칠가 힘들었을 거야 고민형이?
Painting supplies.
미술용품.
Painting supplies.
Even though we're halfway up a tower,
탑의 중간이다.
someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
누군가가 밖에서 진흙을 묻혀왔다.
It's a fish, I think.
물고기인 것처럼
I think
보인다.
it looks more like a
난 고래
whale.
같아 보여.
Fine, it's a whale.
그래 고래라고 하자.
Could also be a shark.
상어일 수도 있지. 이러.
Do you think
환풍구가
this was
있네요.
always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
그러게요. 파이프 같은 게 있는 거 보니까 보일러실 같은
No
거
windows
아니었을까?
either. Do you think this was
I don't
no
know.
windows either? Drawings. taped up on the
스케치야.
wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people. One of them's holding a red rose.
스케치. 빨간 장미를 들고 있다. 망토를 입은 사람 그림. 이 세 개였나 보네요.
Freya's plants. They must not need. Do you think this was always
I don't know.
no windows either? Not the kind of lamp I choose
빨간-
for my
빨간
bedroom,
조명.
but
It's cool. Looks like old mining
무슨
equipment or
오래된
something.
광산의 장비 같대요. 왜 이런 걸?
brushes.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
It's a little glass
작은
box.
유리
I
상자.
think it's a
사육장.
vivarium.
Come again.
See the leaves and twigs in there?
나뭇잎과 장가지.
Might have been for keeping
곤충을
insects.
키우고 있었는지 몰라. 곤충이 있었다는 것 같네요.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing.
아무것도 완전 텅 비어
completely
있었어. 나머지는
It's Freya's
침대뿐이죠?
bed. Little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
이건 딱 알맞는 정도의 흐트러짐이다. 다 본 것 같죠? 아무튼 피해자의 방. 아래쪽 집에 있는 문으로 들어가는 거였어? 이 빨간 머리 여기 있네요. 심지어 서재.
Books about ancient history, I think.
내
These
생각에는
books are ancient
말
history.
그대로 고대사야.
I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
한 권 뽑아들면 우르르 쏟아져 먼지가 될 것 같다.
Good excuse.
책을 안 볼 좋은 변명이야.
Thanks.
땡스.
A book on the floor.
책 한 권이 바닥에 있다.
Fundamental
곤추가
entomology.
기초.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Books about
These books think
이건
big things.
근대사. 그럼 이 다음 건
Books about geography.
지리학.
skip.
스킵.
Books about insects.
곤충에 대한
Well,
책.
theoretically,
따지자면 그렇지.
there's not a single book on that shelf.
책이 한 권도 없다. 맞네요.
Huh.
책이 한 권도 없어요. 이건 뭐야?
Books about space.
우주에 대한 책.
They're relatively untouched.
손을 덜 탔다. 어려워서?
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
서재 끝에 과학 실험실이 없으면 안 될 이유
The
있어?
search for new knowledge. The archiving of old. It's downright poetic.
완전 시적이래요.
Is that a
스노볼.
Of sorts.
뭐야? 구슬 안에 깨진 구슬 안에 섬이 있네요. 깨진 구슬이보단 되게 알껍질 같다. 깨진 알껍질 같네요. 그리고 보라색깔 호수. 거기에 트윈타워.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's a lake and
이상한
those
산도
weird
있다.
mountains. What are you thinking?
무슨 생각해?
That would make an amazing
이거 정말
souvenir.
엄청난 기념품이 되겠다.
Hey, look, it's a model. What are you
That
thinking?
would make an amazing. Sure, why not?
This yard's downright poetic.
이거는
Sure, why
This
not?
yard's downright poetic.
끝쪽 이 부분은 다 같은 건가 보죠?
Books about
새에
birds.
대한 책.
The shelves are about
책장의
half
반은
empty.
비었어.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Books about
자연에 대한 책.
nature. What's in
병들
those
안에 뭐가
bottles?
들었지?
I'm not sure.
식물이 들어있는 것 같아.
Soil
토양
samples?
샘플.
I'm not sure. Soil samples.
다음에 제일 큰 거.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
새를 그린 책.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through.
Or
아니면
it was left open
우리가
for
볼
us
수
to
있도록
find.
의도적으로
Ever
펴뒀거나
so slightly unnerving.
공작새 같은 느낌이네요. 와, 작은 새 귀여워. 이거 되게 칼처럼 생겼다. 이거 깃털이죠? 얼룩새라네요. 놀랍도록 똑똑한 새. 수명이 굉장히 길다. 다른 새들은 종종 얼룩새에게 공격적인 성향을 보인다. 따라서 얼룩새는 대부분 생애를 홀로 보낸다. 독특한 먹이 섭취 특성을 가지고 있는데 탄통 마키아라는 열매만 먹는데요. 이렇게 생긴 열매만 먹는다는 거죠?
A chalkboard.
칠판이야.
Is this a library or a classroom?
여기 서재야 교실이야. 자세히 봐봐. 아!
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
아, 보기 싫어. 그러게요. 또
Is
퍼즐의
this a
예감이네요.
library or...
Math.
수학 등식.
Don't look at them
너무
for
오래
too
보고
long.
있지 마.
You'll give
두통
yourself a
온다.
headache.
벌써부터 두통 올려 그래.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
일단
I'm not
퍼즐의
sure I
예감이에요.
learned anything from that.
It's musty in here.
곰팡내가
Exactly
나.
does that mean? What?
Must. You ask such stupid
그런
questions.
멍청한 질문을 한단 말이지.
Nice.
땡스. 얘들 개그
It's
코드가 좀
musty in
이상해.
here.
What exactly?
You
Nice.
좋아요. 일단 사람을 눌러보죠.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be
얘가 아까
something
그 빨간
I'm still
머리인가요?
missing.
이거 눈이 아니라 헤드셋이었어? 저게 눈은 아니겠지? 눈 같아 보이기도 하고. 그러게요. 모든 환경적 요소를 고려했을 때 분명 내가 생각하지 못한
May
무언가가
I talk to you?
숙녀야?
Miss?
심지어 여자.
She knows we're here. She just
그냥
doesn't
신경
care.
쓰지 않는 거야.
I am a detective.
이거
and
한다고
I
시켜서
need
얘기해 주는
to
거 봐.
talk-
Correction. You do not.
아,
need to talk to
눈이네?
me.
눈이었네요. 안경 끼고 있는 거네 얘. 아니 눈이잖아. 진짜 어떻게 생긴 거냐. 당신은 저와 얘기할 필요가
Oh
없어요.
no?
왜?
How
Why?
come?
Because I am not a suspect.
자기는
I
용의자가
am
아니다.
completely innocent of any and all crimes.
어떠한 범죄에도
Speaking of
결백하다.
which, you have now been at
아,
table
이렇게
tower
보니까
for
좀
over
정면
23
같네요.
minutes.
23분 지났어요.
Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah,
그러게요.
come on,
되게
Grimoire, hurry
로봇 같네요.
up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I
모든
must at least
용의자를
meet
만나야
all
해요.
the suspects, and that includes you. So,
그래서 이름이 뭐죠?
could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
피피 플라워. 생물학 아까 박사라고 말한 애가 얘였나? 발명가, 혁신가. 이
You will
피피
need to be more
플라워예요.
specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
맞는 말이긴 하지만 저렇게 말하니까
Well,
되게 로봇 같다.
Well, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix. But
플로어랑
you need not question
필릭스의
either of
자식.
them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them
둘
are
다
capable
살인할 수
of
없는
murder.
사람이다.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro something or other?
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My
미생물학자다.
studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic.
현미경에
I constructed my
관련된
first one
거.
at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
현미경을
And
직접
what's that thing
만들었다고?
on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens
렌즈를
instead. It
설계했다.
automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No.
하나만
but that
빨간빛을 내기도
is
하다니.
amusing.
뭐야 무슨 로봇 취급이야? 이거 그냥 외부 카메라 같은 건가?
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about...
어?
Wait,
얘가 할
that's
말을
what
자기가
I'm
했네?
supposed to ask you.
Yes. However, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself
당신이
a
너무
detective too,
느렸잖아.
Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy.
오후를
I
함께
was in
보내기로
the
했다.
library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other
파피가
plans.
다른 계획
She was
잡았던 걸
in fact
알았다.
planning to ignore me completely.
아 그러니까 원래 약속이 있었는데 같은 시간에 다른 약속을 잡고 글로 가버렸다는 건가?
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
방문을
I'm
잠그고
sorry to hear
울었다.
that.
응애.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I
진술.
was in my room. The lights were off and the door
아,
was
여기가
locked.
지방이야?
Someone began
잠깐만
banging
얘
on
왜
the door.
지방이 아니라 다른 데
I
있어?
ignored it.
아 여기
Until
서재라
someone began
그랬지.
shouting at me.
아무튼 자기 방에 있는데 누군가가 소리쳤다는 거죠.
I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking.
파피가 들어왔다. 얘 보라색 머리가 파피인가 보네요.
She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it.
이때 알려줬다는
I thought she
거구나.
was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
바로 주먹 날리기. 로켓 펀치.
She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
파피의 아버지가 방 밖에서 기다리고 있었다. 이 사람이 이 집처럼 생긴 뭐야 지붕처럼 생긴 머리를 가진 사람이 아빠인가 보네요.
When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
이때는 둘밖에 없었네요.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished
아
painting.
잠깐만. 그러면은 아까 그 선장 같은 아저씨는 이 이후에 왔다는 건가? 미완성된 그림에서 빨간 물감 샘플을
Poppy and I
채취했다.
took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was.
아,
in fact,
얘들이 부검을 한 부검이 아니라 그냥 샘플만
You
검사했구나.
performed that scientific test immediately.
그러게.
Even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
충격받은 거랑 테스트랑 무슨 상관이야. 맞는 말이긴 하지만 대단한 걸?
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
좋아요. 일단 PP의 방으로 가죠. 오, 생각보다 괜찮은데?
It's a magnifying
아주
glass.
큰
A
돋보기야.
big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
어떻게 너는 돋보기가 없어? 아 이거 맞아요. 공과 사의 구별이 뚜렷하네. 휴지 쓰레기가 그러네요. 이거 지금 탐정인데 왜 돋보기가 없냐고 물어본 거죠?
Why? Because I'm a detective?
맞네.
Should I start smoking a pipe
파이프 담배도
too?
피울까?
You can pull
필 줄 모르잖아.
homemade posters.
직접 그린 포스터.
This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
아 벌써부터 머리 아파.
I've not heard of that band. Are they any good?
그런 밴드 이름은 처음 들어봐. 피타고라스의 정의는 수학정의 아닌가?
Homemade posters. This one's about the
Ah, I've not heard of that band.
이거 뭐죠?
It looks like a microscope. A big one.
엄청 큰 현미가 이게 직접 만들었다는 그건가?
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치에 잡아라. 엄청 커지긴 하네. 이 열쇠를 만들라고? 이걸 배치해서? 소개해봐.
Puzzle?
야바이한데? 야바이한데? 뭐지? 이게 아닌 건가?
I guess
The
that's
four lenses all have different so they must each have a specific position along the rail.
플러스 1, 플러스 2, 플러스 3인데 얘는 마이너스 1이네요. 얘 오히려 작아진다는 거지. 이거 다 확대하는데 얘만 축소인 것 같네요. 세 배 확대 뭐 그런 느낌이겠죠? 이거를 잘 이어서 이 밑에 있는 모양으로 만들라는 거잖아. 너무 많이 확대했어. 여기가 맞는 거 같은데? 이 사이인가? 아니네. 여긴가?
Nope.
You
안
need to
통한다고?
magnify different parts. Looks like you might need to overlap some of them.
이러면 통해?
I got it.
됐다.
I'm impressed. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah. It's built on top of a little metal
작은
box.
금속 상자 위에 설계된 거였다.
There's a book in here.
안에 책이 들어있어. 비밀의 일기장이네요. 기묘한 잠금 장치로 잠겨있다. 심지어 일기장도 잠겨있어. 이중 잠금.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
피피가
You gonna
던져버린
rummage through the
것들.
trash can?
No.
그건 나한테 너무
I
저급하지.
give it 5 minutes before you're in there.
쓰레기통에 들어가기까지 5분 주지. 저런.
What's that big book on the
큰
desk?
책은 뭐야?
Looks like something Fifi's been
쓰고
writing.
있었던 것 같은데.
Is it a clue?
I hope
그건
not.
아니길.
It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology
미생물학
experiments.
실험에 관한 메모다.
What's that big book?
Looks like
Is it a
some.
clue?
I hope it's just a bunch of notes. About
이건
her.
뭐야?
Scientific
과학
formulas.
공식.
Probably.
아마도.
I'll openly admit I have no idea.
아
what any
무슨
of it
뜻인지
means.
모르겠다는 걸 공개적으로 인도가 인정하도록 하지.
Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
맞아요. 엉망이긴 하지만 마음에 들어.
A
일단
pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
빛이 잘 들어와.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
부동산 가치를 측정하러 온 거 아니거든.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all
불필요한
that
자연광을 막기 위해
unnecessary light.
종이를 붙여놨다.
A simple trick, but it really transforms the space.
아우 뭐야 이것도. 여기도 인형이 있어. 새로운 인형이자.
Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
내가 곰이라고 봐주지 않는다.
Innocent, I promise.
얘가 그걸 연기하고 있어?
Save it for the judge.
아니 곰 인형으로 갖다 놀고 있네.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
저 음료가 뭔지 모르겠지만 분명 99% 설탕일 거야.
I'd read you the ingredients.
성분을 읽어주고 싶지만
But there's
아무것도 안 쓰여
nothing written
있어.
on
Even worse.
Crystal chandeliers. Extra
크리스탈
fancy.
샹들리에가 있어 방에. 근데 거미줄 쳐져 있는 거 보니까 관리를 안 해.
I don't know. They just seem old. Plus, they're kind of dusty. Boxes
박스
of stuff.
물건이 들어 있어. 그게 당연히 그렇겠지.
That's
책이
a
가득하네.
whole lot of books. That's a whole lot of. Fifi's got something pinned up
여기에
here.
뭔가 고장해
What
놨어.
is all this?
이게 뭐죠?
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
이게 플릭스. 이게
That's gotta be
플로라? 얘가 그건가?
Who is that?
그 자기 아 파피.
No idea.
아마도 파피겠죠. 이게 아빠라는 것
Who's
같고.
that?
Not sure.
That's you, Sally.
너야 셀리.
What?
진짜 똑같이 생겼어.
I do not look like that.
저렇게 생기지 않았대.
Do I?
Is that supposed to be me?
왜 이렇게
Why do I
화난 거
look so
같지? 얘
angry?
주인공도 있잖아.
That's just the face you make when you're thinking.
내가 생각할 때 나오는 표. 이걸 근데 언제 그린 거야?
Does make you wonder though.
그러게
When did
언제
Fifi
그린
draw
거야?
all this?
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
수학 공식으로 풀려고 했다.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
여기에 없는 사람이 있다는 거 눈치챘어?
Freya?
Mm-hmm.
그리고 본인.
And Fifi.
아무튼 두 사람은 없다는 거죠. 침대.
It's a bed.
Barely.
침대처럼 보이는 매트만 있어요. 아, 다시 들어가 봐.
It's not locked.
또 어디 갈 수 있지? 이 두 군데를 갈 수 있네요. 일단 석조 광장. 누가 있는데?
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
금속 명판이
Is
있어.
there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at
한때는
one
그랬던
point,
것 같아.
but someone
누군가
scratched it
긁어냈다.
off.
It's Tangletower.
탱글타워.
Or at least it's the mansion at the base of
탱글타워 아래에
Tangletower.
있는 저택. 이게 뭐야 이거?
A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
식물이가 이거 하우스?
AKA a
온실.
You ever see a mushroom
저렇게 큰 버섯을
that
본 적
big
있어?
before?
여우는 없어.
Not in real life.
현실에선 없지. 여긴 현실이 아니야?
It's a big stone dais.
석조 연단.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one too.
처음 본 거지만 그렇다네요. 본 것 중에 제일 크지만 처음 본 거야.
It's a sea serpent
바다뱀이야. 머리가 없는 거 같죠?
turned into stone by a wizard.
If you
내가
say so, what
그렇다면야.
happened
근데
to
머리는
its
어떻게 된
head?
거지?
Beheaded
참수당했다.
by the same wizard.
같은 마법사의 손에. 왜?
Looks like it might be about to fall apart.
개그가 진짜.
Grimoire, you go first.
Is that a clock?
시계야.
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
사방이 시계라네요.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
시계를 시간을 알려준 시계는 아니다.
So what does it do?
와!
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
이거 전부 다 올바른 방향이란 게 어느 방향이야? 올바른 위치가 어느 위치인 거지? 아 이거 숫자네? 3 6 아니 9인가? 이게 6인지 9인지 모르겠다. 이거 9인가? 이 12 이건 뭐야? 얘만 뭔지 모르겠다. 얘는 가림막이 있네요. 아 9? 이름 6이야?
I guess that's
Did you
wrong.
work out what direction? Each one ends with a little hoop.
그럼 얘는 6이고 아! 이 녀석
Nothing.
반응이 없다고?
It's just numbers on a clock. 3 on the right, 6 on the bottom, 9 on the left, and 12 on the top. You only need 90-degree angles. That should make it easier to work out.
잉? 제대로 푼 거 아니야? 369 두 번째 시계도 6인가? 이렇게인가요?
Nope, that was it.
아 이게 6이었네. 6이랑 9가 바뀌었었네요.
Nice work.
이거 여러 번 틀리면 힌트 알려주는구나.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope.
가람쥐 어서와요. 건여야 좋은 아침이에요. 벌써
But I'm
저녁은
not
아니지.
actually sure what it is.
작은 렌즈 밑에 나사가 달려있다. 이거 무슨 스코프 같냐.
A wooden trunk that opens
표면
up
책상이
into a
된다.
full desk.
I
나도
want
갖고
one.
싶다. 아 이거 트렁크구나. 그러니까 되게 스코프 같죠 아까 그거. 오
Whoa. Nice cake.
망토가 망토 입은 사람.
Pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your
아이 콜라를
business
샀어야
here?
되는데
I'm
당근이
Sally,
필요하다.
and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective.
누가 조수야?
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice.
사설 탐정이라고?
Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly,
얘도
this is
탐정이라는
something
거죠,
which
그러니까.
eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do.
얘 이름이 해그워그였나요? 뭐라고 읽는 거야?
314 cases solved. And
방금 렉 걸리지 않았어?
it's not in my interest to discuss
신상
personal
정보를 알리고 싶지
details.
않다.
Even if you're one of
그러니까요.
the suspects in the murder?
스피커 찢어졌죠. 이거
Very well.
OBS에
make a
약간
small
문제가
exception.
있어서 그래요.
Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have
혹시요.
you been at Tangletower?
133 hours.
133시간. 이 시간이 좀
Five and a
이상한데?
half days.
오이라고도
What are
반나절.
you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer
누군가한테
that.
고용되어
Now,
있었다.
I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
정말 그렇게 생각해요?
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
방을
Nothing
조사하고
but a
있었다.
thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window.
어제는 살아있었다는
Didn't say a
얘기죠?
word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
예상된
What did
행동이라고
you do
듣긴
after
했다.
I spent the early evening
초저녁엔
searching
서재에
the
갔대요.
library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of
피오나가
disarray.
혼란 상태로 만들었다.
Fiona was in the library too.
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed? in the
피오나는
library the
없었지만
rest of the
피오나가
day?
혼란스럽게
quite.
만들었다는 거죠. 배꼽이나 핥을 거라고요? 배꼽 핥아도 돼. 여우가 잘 보이게 해줄게요. 이제 진술을 들어보죠.
My examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running,
달리는 소리,
yelling,
통곡 소리.
shouting from several floors above. I
고함이
vacated
위에서
the
났다.
library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
아, 포인터 교수는 이 사람이 포인터 교수네요.
Crossed the hall and begun up the fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the
Penelope.
Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase. More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house.
애초에 고용인이라 그랬으니까
Out towards the
그
stone
석조
square,
광장이
the
얘가 있는
grounds
집인
were
거야?
silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant.
온실에 항상 머무르는 사람이
Too, was
있다네요.
being tangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his.
아, 얘가 정원사야?
He
보라색
spoke
머리?
to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was
혼란스러워
rattled.
보였나?
That
당황한
much
것
was clear,
같았죠.
but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
아무튼 여지껏 본 것 중에 제일 정확해요. 얘도 탐정이라고 보고가 정확해. 대단한데 이제 온실 열렸겠죠? 아, 온실에 아이 깜짝 놀랐잖아. 왜 거기에 그렇게 숨어 있어? 아, 깜짝 놀랐네. 사람이 왜 없지 했는데. 그러니까 무슨 암살자처럼 숨어 있어. 온실 관리자가 있다고 들었는데 하고 딱 보니까 여기 숨어 있어. 어휴, 깜짝 놀래라.
This one's in a little pot.
차가운 화분이 있네.
Okay, that is definitely not
확실히
edible.
먹으면 안 돼.
It looks like a gemstone.
원석이라고?
Don't you think?
토양이 푸르다. 열린 게 원석 같다네요.
It's bigger in here than I
큰
thought it would
꽃이다.
Hanging baskets.
매달린
You're so high
바구니야.
up.
be. To you, maybe.
너한테는 없겠지.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
넌 나보다 고작 5cm 크거든.
2 inches makes all the difference.
그러게요. 나무에서 보석이 자라나요?
It's glass.
유리.
But
투명하지
I can't
않아.
see through.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
투명하지 않은 유리, 공예 유리라는 거죠.
Tools
도구,
used by a gardener
정원사 거다.
for gardening.
정원을 가꾼 데 쓴다. 그렇겠죠. 그걸 굳이
Bags of soil.
흙이 담긴 자루, 파란색 흙이 담긴 자루예요.
It's so blue.
너무 파란데? 너무 파란 흙이에요.
Hanging baskets. They're so
To
high.
you,
You're
maybe.
only
2 inches makes all. Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
열매인가?
too shiny to be fruit.
너무
I
반짝인다.
think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
이거 설마 전구인가?
All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
여기에 있는 모든 꽃들은 독이 있는 것처럼
Can
보여.
flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
모든 것에는 독이 있을 수
Good to
있어.
know.
여기 벌레가 있어요.
That's a handsome beetle.
멋진 딱정벌레.
Looks like he might have magic powers.
마법의 힘을 지닌 것 같아. 그리고 여기
A little
수상한
chart
종이.
of, actually, I have no idea what it's about.
어휴.
Greek letters, I think.
Kind of reminds me of a periodic
주기율표처럼
table.
생겼다.
Greek letters, I think.
아무튼 지금은 알 수 없는 것들이죠.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole
전혀.
lot.
전혀 모르겠어. 이제 사람한테 말 걸어봐.
Don't move. We're
얘들도 놀랬어.
watched.
Yeah, I see him.
남자가 보이네. 어휴 무섭게 생겼네요. 눈이 빨개. 얘도 목이 길어.
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
나무 사이에 숨어있긴 너무 큰데? 숨어있던 거였어?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
눈싸움.
Right. Sorry. Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitz fellow.
얘가 피츠네요.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
왜 그렇게 크죠?
I don't know.
왜 그렇게 크냐고 물어봐도 크고 싶어서 큰 건 아닐 텐데. 그러게요. 얘 목이 긴데 남자라서 그런지 승모근이 엄청나.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do
돈을
it.
받고 일하는 건
It's
아닙니다.
just my
그냥
area
관심
of
분야가
What's the
정원사
deal with the
일이다.
plants? They're all kind of weird.
interest. Right. Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house.
녹색과
I
자주색
caught it.
호수.
The color is just a byproduct.
부산물이다.
Of what?
무엇의 부산물이요? 독?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
유독하지는 않다.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this
순문학적 순환의
hydrological cycle.
결과라네요.
Could you say that again, but like condense it? as if you were
약간
talking to
멍청한
a
사람에게 설명할 때처럼 설명해달래.
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of
DNA
DNA.
변형을 일으킨다.
Sometimes.
가끔.
alteration, like mutation.
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
현지 전문가. No.
I'm just the gardener.
그냥 정원사. 잠시만요. 얘들 머리 아파. 얘들 머리 아파. 그러니까 왜 이렇게 똑똑한 말해?
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
물을 주면서
Sounds
잡초도
exciting.
뽑고.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the
누가
greenhouse in
왔다는
the early
거죠?
afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
Let me guess.
물 주고
Watering
잡초
and
뽑기?
weeding.
Right.
did
페네로
anything happen to you yesterday,
페네로페.
Fitz?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet.
옥상 정원. 아 여기가 피츠방이라
It
그랬지.
wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human.
인간의 것이 아니었다.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
탑으로 올라갔다.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that?
파피랑 같이 있었다.
Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did.
문을 차서 열었다고?
Poppy and I
천장에
went
있는데?
in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
그래서 파피랑 피츠가 먼저 와
Flora
있었구나.
was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
그러니까 파피랑 피츠가 같이 들어왔는데 얘를 발견했다. 근데 얘가 쓰러져 있었고 처음에 알아채지 못했다는 얘기죠. 그리고 피피랑 진짜 이름 피피랑 얘 교수라 그랬지. 이름이 뭔지 모르지만 교수예요. 한 번 나왔던 것 같은데 기억이 안 나. 교수를 데리고 왔다.
Penelope arrived shortly after that with Felix
포인터
in tow.
맞네요. 포인터 교수였네요. 그리고 플레오페랑 페릭스? 헷갈려.
I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help.
생각해보니까 얘가 들어와서 이 시신을 처리한 것 같았죠. 정리해준 것 같았죠. 얘 근데 혼자 올라왔다고 안 했나? 지가 말하기로는? 나머지 애들이 다 변명을 하면서 먼저 내려갔다라고 얘가 말했었죠. 근데 얘 혼자 올라왔다고 안 했나?
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
호크샷 혹쇼 아무튼 탐정 나머지 탐정에게 말을 해주지 않았다는 걸
I
깨달았다.
found her pacing back
그래서
and forth
오는
around
길에
the stone
말해줬다는
square.
거는 얘 증언과도 일치하죠?
When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
아무튼 그래요.
Fitz's room is unlocked.
어느 정도
It's up in the fellow tower.
진술이 일치하는 부분이 있어요.
This could be interesting.
바로 피츠의 방으로 와! 야! 아무것도 없자! 감옥이야? 아무것도 없자!
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
전구도 없어 심지어.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative.
참도 장식이 된다. 그러니까 아무것도
Oh,
없어.
wow.
What?
It's a big
큰
empty
빈
space.
공간이잖아.
Doesn't look soft.
푹신해 보이지 않아? 나무 침대 같죠?
It's a little handmade
수제
card.
카드 하트를
Some side
그려놨다.
says to Fitz from
피츠에게
PP.
피피가 이거 피피란 이름을 가진 애가 있었던 것 같은데 한 명 그 뭐야 얘 옆에 이 아저씨랑 같이 올라왔던 애
That poor
불쌍한
plant.
식물 같으니
Looks pretty
건강해
healthy to me.
보이는데
Healthy. but
건강하지만
sad.
슬퍼해
I think it would rather be
밖에 있고
outside.
싶을 거야 그래
An empty glass and
빈
an empty
유리잔과
plate.
빈 접시
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
근데 I don't know는 뭐야
Doesn't look soft.
여기에 상자가 하나
Hello.
숨어 있어요 여우꼬리 때문에 안 보이는구나 여우꼬리 속에 상자가 하나 숨어 있어
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked.
잠겨 있다 어휴
It's a combination lock. Sort of.
이거 돌릴 순 없나? 어디에 맞는 위치가 있다는 건가? 물방울. 오잉? 뭔 퍼즐이야? 뭔가 좀 더 삐죽한 모양 아닌가? 아 이거다. 이거 물방울이랑 요건 맞췄죠? 그러면은 또 다르게 조합하는 방법이 있단 얘기예요? 돌릴 수 있는 건 아니니까. 아 여기 있네. 이거다. 이거면 이제 이쪽만 맞추면 되죠? 아 이렇게야.
I did it. What do I win?
자 퍼즐 참 어렵네.
Not bad. Anything in there?
뭐가 들어있어?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. That's
좀
kind of
불길한 게
ominous.
들어있다. 어휴, 아 이거 모종삽. 피츠라서 FF야? PP, FF. 피츠는 FF가 아니, 피츠 플라우니까 FF가 맞긴 하네.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues.
모든 방에 단서가 넘쳐난 건 아니라고. 너무 찔리는데?
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the
무언가가
window.
창문 밖에 있는 거겠지.
probably just a
그냥
rock.
바위일걸?
You sure? It's locked, but it leads
I
out.
thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
손잡이 뭐가 있네요. 나닛! 뭐야?
Nothing. Still
The
locked.
tiles have all got that same sun symbol on them.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected.
이렇게 놓는 건가? 가리라는 건가?
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
다른 곳에 있는 거다. 그러네요. 지금은 퍼즐이 없다는
Let's
거죠.
come back once we know what.
오. 좋아요. 이제 동쪽 탑부터. 아유 복잡해. 아 여기 있네요. 포인터 교석 여기 있네요.
Pretty.
예쁘다. 끝이야?
It's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
오늘은 구름이 너무 많아서 별을 보기 힘들 것 같은데.
It's also daytime.
게다가 대낮에.
Pretty.
이거 하늘 뚫려 있는 거 아니야?
It's also daytime.
식물이 들어오는데?
It's a chart of the solar
태양계
system.
도표.
Which planet are you from?
너 어느
Sally?
별에서 왔니, 셀리? 무시했어.
It's a chart of the solar
Which
system. Planet? It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
차가 한가득. 식은 차는 범죄야.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
사진이 없는 액자.
It's tidier than my desk.
자기 책상보다
The
깨끗하대요.
notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
세상에서 가장 많이 쓴 공식도 처음엔 깨끗해. 맞는 말이긴 해. 맞는 말이긴 한데
It's tidier than my desk.
So, even the most well-used notebook. What is it?
이게 대체 뭐지?
It's a large
큰 장치.
device.
You're not wrong.
틀린 말은 아니네. 이건 뭘까요? 태양계의 모형이죠?
I've always wanted one of those.
맞아요. 홍차는 식어도 맛있어.
A mechanical
태양계
solar
기계?
system?
I would look at it.
아, 이 퍼즐이야?
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
그러네. 지구가 중심이고 태양이 밖에 있어요. 와, 엄청 옛날 모형이야. 오, 이거 달인가? 그림자 놀이잖아. 그림자 놀이였네. 그러게요. 그렇게 맞추는 거였네요.
That's the one.
Hey, not bad. Did you hear that? Something on
There's a little hatch underneath.
쪽문이 있다.
What's in there?
a bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
황금 딱정벌레에 대한 연구가 있어. 황금과 약 90% 동일한 광물로 구성되어 있다. 아, 이거 나 뭔지 알아. 미라에서 나왔던 황금 벌레들 사람 몸을 파먹음. 맞아요. 샤샤샥거리죠.
Let's at least introduce ourselves before
그의 망원경을
touching
만지기
his
전에 먼저
pelvis.
인사부터 하자. 맞는 말이긴 해.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
A spyglass to the stars.
별을
Volumes
보는
1 to
작업
12.
망원경 1권부터
They're in
12권까지.
very good condition.
A bell jar.
유리 좀 덮개 안은
What do
비어있다.
people normally keep in bell jars?
보통 뭘 보관하지?
Other than bells, you mean?
Shh, listen. Do you
그러게요.
hear them?
엉덩이
The
실룩실룩.
stars.
와,
They're
이 교수도 목이
whispering.
기네요. 근데 얘
So
턱도 길어.
quiet and yet so loud.
근데 머리를 왜
What are they
지붕처럼
whispering
잘라놨어?
about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves
별들은
with
그렇게
such
하찮은 걸 신경 쓰지 않을
insignificance.
거예요.
We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could the speck of dust start by telling me his name?
그럼 그 먼지
You find
입자인
yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower
Pointer
belongs to the
professor.
pointers, and the other one belongs to the fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
한마디로
Helpful.
포인트 그 뭐야 저거 포인터 가문이랑 플러 가문이 두 그 뭐야 타워를 반반씩 나눠 가지고 있다는 거잖아. 얘 V 하고 있는 줄 알았네. V 하고 있는 줄 알았더니 손가락 흔들기였어. 킹 받네.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family.
현수장.
And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
파피 아버지다.
A professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby.
아무 일도 안 일어났다. 맞아요.
Yes,
가끔 아무
I've
일도 안
studied the
일어나.
stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear.
천문학
me, no.
교수라는 거죠?
My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable
안정적인 수입을 얻은 적이
financial
없다.
return. Nor would I expect it to.
기대도 안 한다.
I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos,
저런.
working to translate its message so that I may share it with
얘
the
약간
world.
돌팔이 아니야?
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
우주한테 인사 좀 전해달래. 아이 손가락 흔들기 킹 받네 진짜.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does
아침
wonders for the
산책.
mind.
Did you see anyone else?
다른 사람 없었네?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
얼마나 망원경을
see
보고
anything?
있었는지는
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have
정원
been a
그러니까
while
호수에
before you found out what
갔다가
happened to
올라와서
Freya.
자기 방에 있었다는 거지.
Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate
근데
led
뭐
me
하늘 보고
towards the
있었겠죠,
fellow tower
어지간하면.
later that evening.
진술을 좀 들어봅시다.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
Quite.
평소와
I passed her by
똑같이.
and went upstairs to Fiona's
잠깐만
room.
잠깐만. 이거는 혹쇼기랑 이야기가 좀 빠져 있는데요. 혹쇼기 먼저 올라가려고 했다가 얘가 비키라 그래서 비켰다 그러지 않았나요?
The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
잠시만,
I had
잠시만.
no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping.
이거는 얘 뭐야? 얘 이름이 피피였나? 피피 증언이랑 조금 일치하네요. 일치하나? 얘 약속이 있었는데 약속이 취소돼서 뭐야 지 방에 있었다 그랬죠. 그래서 얘가 왔더니 화냈다 그랬죠. 그때 올라갔다는 건가?
So I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona.
아 얘가 피오나야? 뭐야? 얘 피피가 아니라 피오나였나? 아 이름 너무 헷갈려.
It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever.
플로라랑 피츠도 이미 여기 있다 그랬어요. 플로라랑 피츠였죠? 그러게요. 등장인물 짱 많아요.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
필릭스랑 페니가 같이 왔다는 거는 계속 그 증언이 나오네요. 그래서 얘가 들어왔을 때는 사람이 엄청 많이 있었다라고 하는데
And then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business.
플로아 가문의 일이니까
I'm
그냥
quite sure they
빠졌다는
don't
거죠.
need me getting in the way at a time like that.
Every astronomy tower needs a
I want to try.
보이잖아. 야 보이잖아.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting.
그러게요. 아, 맞아. 이름도 한글로 좀 바꿔주지.
I can't really
그래요,
see anything
보이예요.
behind it. Not from
가람찌는
this side.
거리야.
Is that a window?
위층에도 뭔가 있는데?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
플로라의 탑에 위에 뭐가 있네요.
We should check that next time we're over there.
역시 뭔가 있었어요. 아까 이거 해가 그려져 있는 그림이 있었죠.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
아!
Maybe it's glued down.
바닥에 문이 있는 게 아니라 문을 발로 차갖고 문이 바닥으로 간 거구나. 맞아. 피츠가 문을 발로 차서 열었다 그랬지. 그래서 바닥에 있구나. 문이 떨어져서 저렇게 깔끔하게 바닥에 있는 거였어요. 나는 또 입구가 바닥에 있어가지고 천장을 발로 찼다는 줄 알았어. 천장문을.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by
I
accident.
can see behind her. I can't really see. You can see right
Not
behind
by
다른 건 없나 보죠?
Isn't this supposed to
전문
be
망원경이 아니었어?
I'm pretty sure you need to see
그러게요.
the sky
여우가
for
했던 질문을
astronomy
얘가 하고
to work.
있네요.
Can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
이렇게 고정돼 있는 거라고? 얘 그러면은 하늘을 보는 게 아니라 옆 타워를 보고 있었다는 얘기잖아. 어휴 미쳤네. 이거 도찰 아니야? 그러니까 관음 아니야 이거? 여기는 뭐죠? 세장. 진짜 세장이네. 세장밖에 없잖아.
Check out that butterfly.
저 나비 좀 봐.
Looks evil.
악마 같아.
Wow.
편견은?
Judgmental.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a
잔인하게도
stone pot.
석좌분에 갇혀
There's a
있다.
letter P carved into the side.
와, 새
They're
귀여워.
bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
새들은 자유롭게 있대요.
Is that a metaphor?
그 은유법이야?
Oh, it totally is.
당연하지. 그래? 무슨 은유였어?
Does this count as being outdoors?
이거 건물 자체도 엄청나게
야.
큰 저거 같죠? 세장 같죠?
No,
예, no.
doesn't matter.
상관없자.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
엄청나게 큰 세장이
I
있는
feel
것
like
같은
I'm standing in a
기분이다.
giant- Bird diagrams.
새 도감.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
Bird
They're
diagrams.
beautiful.
거울.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
거울은 영혼을 훔쳐간다고.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
거울을 안 보고 어떻게 머리를 이렇게 대칭으로
I do by
묶어?
weight. I can
무게로
feel if
갖다
one
묶는
side is heavier
거라고?
than the other.
묶어서 이 머리가 됐다는 것도 웃긴데. 거울도 안 보고 묶었다는 게 더 웃기네.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
아무것도 적혀있지 않지만 중앙에 뜯어진 페이지가 있다.
What's with those little windows down there?
저 밑에 작은 창은
I
뭐야?
think they're there for draining rainwater.
빗물 빼는 곳이라고?
Oh. I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. And especially
특히나
fancy
화려한
cage.
세장.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
그리고 특히나 화려한 새들의 세장. 그러게요. 양팔 저울이네요. 와, 아 근데 여기 좀 좋아 보인다. 바닥의 새, 중간 새, 높은 새, 부리가 길어.
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam
아
cream.
머리색
is that
칭찬한
right?
거였어 방금?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear. Which shade do you use? It's lovely. And that
칭찬한 거
shade,
맞았네?
You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
밋밋한
Detectives
그리모어랑
don't
다니려고
need
밋밋하긴
to be
해.
brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective?
당신이 그 탐정?
Delightful.
즐거워라.
Penny Pointer. Pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
팬이
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious.
아,
Can you
얘가
have the mouth,
플리오페야?
don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
팬이오페였나?
Oh, she's beautiful. Wait, is that me?
아 이거 다른 사람에 대해 물어볼 수 있는 거야? 아 일단 진술부터 다
We can get
찾고.
into Penny's room.
Now, like, right now?
그러게요. 페넬로페. 이름이 너무 이상해서 팬이라고 불러달라요.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
그리고 새다.
Travel. Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has
연구할
species
가치가
worth
있는. 아 얘도
studying.
목이 기네.
Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field?
얘
No matter
옷이
where
되게
I go, I always
옷이 되게
find myself
팔랑팔랑하다.
coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him. Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
피츠 말하는 건가?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
맞네요. 피츠
You're
팔로워라서
engaged to a member
FF구나.
of the fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families.
불화가 있다는 거를
Fitz
지금
and I find it
말해주네요.
much easier to stay out of it altogether.
포인터 가문이랑 플라워 가문에 불화가 있대요.
I awoke
뭔진
early
모르지만.
and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
페니가 피츠의 그 온실에 있었다는 거는 포인터 교수가 말해줬죠?
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day.
물주기,
Watering,
가지치기,
pruning,
부초.
mulching, whatever that
부초가
is.
뭐야?
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no.
이거 학대야.
I wouldn't dream of it.
학대 맞아. 작은 새장에다가
So,
새를 많이
you stayed
넣는 건
with Fitz the
학대야.
whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather.
오후 일찍
suddenly,
집으로
as it
갔다. 자기 방으로 갔다는 거 있죠.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
아 피츠가
What did you do after
갔다고?
that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
공식적으로는 4마리 기르는데 실제로는 400마리 넘게 기르고 있다고? 그 4마리가 여기 새장의 3마리랑 머리 위에 있는 1마리야? 공식적으로 기르는 4마리가 새장의 3마리랑 머리 위에 있는 1마리 같죠? 그리고 이거 새장 아마 창문이 열려있는 거 보니까 새들 그냥 멋대로 왔다 갔다 하는 거에 밥 주고 물 주고 하나 봐요. 그러니까 새맘? 버드맘?
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course. And they often do.
종종 자기들끼리
But
먹는다.
I think they just like the company. As do I.
진술 들어보자.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
포인터가 내려온 걸
He was
봤다.
muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there.
여기에서 문제가 생기네요. 얘 페니가 그 탐정이랑 만나서 어디로 갔는지 물어봤다고 안 했던가요?
Empty aside from Detective
아,
Hawkshaw,
여기
who was
나오네.
loitering over by the library.
아 잠깐만. 아 맞지
I don't know
맞지.
what it was, but
맞아요.
she looked a little lost.
진술이 좀 느리구나.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
어? 아 이렇게 같이 올라갔다 그랬나?
For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom.
피츠의 방에서 나오고 있었다.
I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
피피랑 파피랑 같이 있었다.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever.
항상 그렇듯이 조용하게.
Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms
아
in
이거는
Pointer
진술이
Tower.
일치하네요. 그러니까 그래서 헷갈려. 어떻게 이름이 피피 파피냐고.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
피피 파피 페니. 아 피츠. 일단 다시 가서 봐야겠지. 아, 이거 여기서 못 보나? 이거 뭔가 잠시만요. 이거 뭔가 볼 수 있는데? 탱글타워. 이거는 사건 파일 메모고. 아 이것도 퍼즐 어디 있는지 못 봤죠. 계속 있었다. 말을 안 함. 헷갈려. 아, 일단 이동을 좀 하죠. 얘 방으로 갈 수 있다 그랬지. 해니의 방. 여기도 새가 많은데? 심지어 창문에 유리가 없는데?
Looks like nature invited
나무가
itself
스스로
in.
집에 들어왔네.
Rude.
무례하긴. 나무한테 할 말이야?
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Well, if that's true,
그러면
can they even
새장이라고
be
할 수 있나?
considered cages?
저거 새장이 아니라 새 집 아니야?
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
저거 진짜 새들인가? 아, 설마 퍼즐.
Nope. They're what?
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
7마리 새들의 위치를 바꿔보자라고 하지만 힌트가 없어요.
Nope.
There must be some logic, something to do with those white lines.
하얀 선들과 관계가 있다. 이거 색깔놀이네? 그러면은 빨강, 노랑이, 초록이었나? 초록이랑 파랑이 갈색이었나?
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
빨강, 파랑이 초록. 빨강, 파랑은 보라 아닌가? 아, 이렇게구나. 하양이랑 해야 연두색이 나오죠?
I guess
근데
that's
틀린 것
wrong.
같대.
It's a family tree. The colors and eyes combine as they go
색깔과
down the
눈을
family
조합해야
line.
된다고?
You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
파란색과 노란색이 초록이야? 아, 이렇게야?
That's the one.
색깔이 틀렸네요. 파랑, 노랑이, 초록이구나.
Hey, not bad.
그럼 빨강, 노랑이면 빨강, 노랑이면 뭐지? 그러게요. 눈깔도 합쳐지네요. 이제 보니까.
Did the door open? What's in there?
구겨진 종이. 이젠 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 뭔가 분노의 메시지가 있다.
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not even remotely suspicious. That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. Just feels out of place.
이 꽃은 온실에 있어야 되는 거 아닌가?
Penny's books. Mostly novels.
대부분이 소설이다.
Traveling cases.
여행 가방.
Empty. All of them.
This is the fanciest room
여지껏
so
가장
far.
화려한 방이다.
Too fancy.
너무 화려하다.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I'm not. 난 몰라.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes,
마네킹은
though.
눈이 없는데?
That's not a comforting. A little tea set. Looks
찻잔
recently
세트.
used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
새모이. 아니, 저거 차가 아니라 그냥 새한테 물이랑 먹이 준 거 아니야?
That might be the most
내가
pointless
본 계단
staircase
중
I've
가장
ever
의미
seen.
없는 계단이야.
A little bedtime reading.
Let's see. Romance novels,
로맨스
detective
소설,
novel,
탐정 소설.
and
What?
this one appears to be both.
이건 그 둘을 섞은 거야.
Nice.
나이스가 왜 나와?
That bed. It's like something from a.
Does it feel warm over here, or is it just me?
나만
No,
덥냐고?
you're right. Maybe
침대에
the bed
히터가
is some
있나?
kind of
It's
heat.
not coming from the bed. It's coming
아,
from the
벽에서
wall.
열이 나온다. 진짜 수상한 집이네. 벽 안쪽에서 열이 나온다는 것 같아요.
That bed. It's like.
Does it feel?
No,
it's
you're
not coming from the bed.
아무튼 볼 건 다 본 것 같죠? 다음 가볼 수 있는데 여기야. 음악실.
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room.
음악실이니까 조각상도 염습해야
What's
된대.
with all the broken glass?
이게 디번 아니야? 널브러진 금이간 유리 조각이 널려 있다.
Are they paper lanterns?
종이등,
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
풍등 같은 건가?
Smells like a forest in here.
킁킁. 그러게요. 물건 중에 금이 안 간 게 없어.
It's a globe.
For
지구본이야.
globing. There's a faded mural on the wall.
흐릿하게 벽화가
When I was a kid,
남아있다.
I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
You still don't know, do you?
No.
아 지금은 벽화랑 모자이크의 차이를 알아? 그건 좀 대단한데.
There's a faded
When
mural.
I was a kid.
You still don't know.
No.
Who plays the violin, I
It's
want?
pretty dusty,
먼지가
so I'm
가득하다.
guessing nobody.
One old wooden bookcase.
Yep.
25 dry old
낡고
books.
맑은 마른 책.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
이거 불 붙으면 화재 날 것 같은데? 디번이면 여우가 위험하다고? 배 안에 알이 심어진다고? 그건 좀 무서운데요? 그치만 여우는 알을 못 심어. 그 소화되지 않을까? 여우 뱃속에 있는 알은? 마른 책이 25권. 앞에 촛불.
It's one of those big pianos
뚜껑이
with the
열린
open
그랜드
lids.
Don't
피아노.
touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
귀신이 씌었을 수 있어. 얘가 귀신이야?
Sheet music. It's handy.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty.
Probably while they're on the floor.
그래서 바닥에 있는 거겠지. 맞는 말이긴 해. 어우 생각보다
Are you a ghost?
음침하네요.
Sally, that's rude.
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
살아있다고 자기 주장을
That
하는.
makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
I
What's your
know.
My name is Poppy.
얘가
I'm a
파피구나.
pointer and a pianist.
피아니스트고.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice.
헌신적인 모습의 결과다. 얘 아무리 좋게 봐줘도 미녀로는 안 보이죠? 아, 미녀로는 안 보여요. 그래도 이렇게
I'm
이상하게
just
그려진 애는
There's
없었는데.
nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends.
피피랑
We all
플레아랑은
turned 19 last year.
Do people
친하게
ever
지냈다.
leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away.
탱글타워를 나간 적 있냐고 물어본
Fifi,
거였나?
Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer.
그러니까 살인사건 말하는 건가?
3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up.
3시간 반
Same
동안
as
피아노 연습. 그거
3.5.
대단한데?
Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
아프다.
And you do this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in
방에서
my room.
연습한다.
When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally
잠깐만.
got down there,
피피랑 만나기로 했는데 까먹었다고?
I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came
다음에
outside
잠시 후에
after a
피스
while.
왔다.
His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
그러니까 그렇게 친한 사이는 아니지만 딱히 앙숙 관계도 아니란 얘기죠. 얘도 목이 기네.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something
금속
drilling
조각에
into
드릴을
a
박는
piece
것
of
같은
metal,
소리가 났다.
but different. worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door.
제일 먼저 온 애들이
I went inside.
얘네들이었죠.
Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what
있긴
to
했었어.
do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her.
이것도 PP가 한
Eventually she
증언이랑
let me in.
일치해요?
The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me.
그래 뺨 싸다고
got
한 대
angry.
맞았다 그랬어요.
First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason.
이것도
The three of
일단
us went
증언은
back up to
일치하네요.
Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my
이게
room.
그 그림에 그려있던
That's it.
시칼에 있는 빨간 색깔이
That's it.
피라는 걸 알아낸 실험이구나.
All right.
I
Poppy's
wonder what's in there.
일단 PP의 방부터 가보죠. 아니 PP가 아니라 얘 뭐야. 아 헷갈려. 파피의 방.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
이봐 방을 살펴보고 가야지.
Empty.
비어있어. 얘들은 뭐가 차 있는
램프.
경우가 없네. 램프.
It is most definitely. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly.
대부분
I
드레스야.
never realized there were so many shades
세상에
of
이렇게
black.
다양한 검색이 있었다니.
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about
To
that.
you.
너한텐 그렇겠지.
That is the bed of a vampire.
뱀파이어의 침대다. 딱 그런 느낌이긴 해요.
I thought vampires slept in
아
coffins.
뽀삐. 하긴 뽀삐도 그렇게 쓰긴 하지.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back.
허리 아픈 뱀파이어의 침대다.
Various handmade
직접 그린
posters.
포스터들.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully.
파라건대
nothing.
아무것도 아니길.
Oh, thank
초가
goodness.
7개 켜져
There are
있네.
7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here.
아, 이 앞에 있는 것까지 7개네요.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
메트로놈.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking.
근데 되게 신기하게 생긴 메트로놈이다.
Not sure what those symbols are though.
아 이렇게 돌리는 거야? 아, 다 위로 가게 하라고? 오잉? 됐다.
That's done it.
Neat.
메트로놈 상자였네요.
What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the
작은
back.
문이 열렸어.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm.
사진이 들어있어.
Part of
사진의
the
일부.
photograph.
아, 이 찢어진 사진은 그래요. 나머지 한쪽은 그 뭐야 피해자의 방에 있죠.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something
뭔가 수상해.
suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Various handmade posters.
아, 생각해보니까 분홍 색깔 저거 카세트 테이프
What do you think those
녹음할 애가
symbols mean?
파피밖에 없네.
Hopefully, nothing. There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. A big glass door leads out into a garden.
There's a little mechanism by the
여기에도 퍼즐이 있네요. 설마
Something happened.
That must be it.
아, 맞았어. 파피 플레이 타임 맞아요. 그거 생각나네요.
And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
아, 설마 양쪽에 다 맞춰야지 열리는
Anything in the
거야?
drawers?
Nothing you need to know about.
Sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for
악보다.
some reason.
큰 문어.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs.
아,
not 8.
6개밖에 없다고? 그러면 다리 2장 먹은 문어.
Don't say it.
Sextopus.
육발 문어. 맞아, 여 문어 좋아해. 말린
More
문어
handwritten
맛있어요.
sheet music.
말린 문어 구운 거 맛있어. 좋아요. 일단 질문이 있으니까 물어보러 가죠. 뭐야 이건? 혐의 물어볼 수 있어. 근데 뭘 물어보려는 거였지?
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was painting, you know.
플레이할
And do you know
것이다.
what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
애시드 재즈
It's
피아노
piano.
음악이에요.
Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure, it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my
분홍 색깔 맞아. 얘
color.
보라색 좋아할 것 같아. 테이프의 색을 바꿨다.
Somebody changed the color of the tape.
Wait, I'm confused.
Me too.
아니라는 거네요.
Somebody gave it to you as a gift.
Wait, I'm confused.
아야!
Me too.
야, 3개밖에 없는 걸 2개를 틀리면 어떡해? 찍지도 못하네.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
어? 얘가 파피야?
Let's take a closer look at this.
뭘 보라는 거지? 금발 소녀, 분홍색 카세트 테이프 플레이어. 아, 분홍색 카세트 테이프는 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 그것은 바로 분홍색 카세트 플레이어이며 파피아 방에서 찾았다.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player that was found in Poppy's room. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
하나만 바꿔보자. 메시지인가?
Message on the tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player that was found in Poppy's room. Nope.
이쪽에 틀린 게 아닌데? 뭐죠? 힌트가? 에잉? 다 일치했는데? 아, 사진에서 파피가 사용한 것이다구나.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene.
얘가
matches
파피였어?
the pink
얘
cassette
왜
player used by
커서
Poppy in this old
왜
photo.
커서 저렇게 변했냐?
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
아니, 아 맞네. 얘네 셋이 친했다 그랬지. 얘가
You look a
피피고
little
얘가
different, but Fifi
얘가
and Freya are
피해자니까.
pretty recognizable. It's clearly
플레야.
a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward. Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of relevant.
Maybe. It depends on
2위에 달렸다.
Reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore.
분홍 색깔을 싫어하게 된
Passage
이유?
of time is a powerful thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded
그랬었다.
some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya
몇
as
년
a
전에
gift.
녹음해서 줬다. 왜 아니라 그랬어?
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
되게 미묘하다. 아무튼 그렇다고 하네요. 일단 여기 가봐. 뭐야 이거? 아! 아 이제 추리를 할 수 있는 거야? 여기서 추리를 하는 거야? 어서오세요. 아니 뭐야 프로그램님 이제 왔잖아. 아무튼 어서와요. 콘야오예요. 좋은 아침이에요. 오늘은 추리 게임을 하고 있고요.
What's that thing by the handle?
이거는 요렇게 돼 있었죠?
It made a noise.
I guess that was right.
양쪽에서 맞춰줘야 문이 열리는 거네.
Finally.
Whatever's on the other side.
옥상 정원.
That's one big dragonfly.
큰 잠자리.
One very small
엄청
dragon.
작은 용이거나. 그러고 보니 잠자리의 영어 이름이 뭐였더라?
It's so relaxing.
드래곤 플라이였나?
I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great.
그래서 작은 용이라 그러는 거죠?
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
용파리. 이 동상 여기에도 있다.
He's playing a lute this time.
이번엔 류트를 켜고
He's
있다.
also
헤드폰을
wearing
쓰고 있다.
Well, they're not
심지어
part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
귀마개라고? 류트 동상. 귀마개를 씌운 건 별도로 씌운 건가 보네요.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil.
푸른 빛을 띠는 흙에서 자라고 있어.
And apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the
The
whole...
roses are bright red, too.
Aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep. for some
굉장히
reason.
깊어 보이는 호수다.
See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh yeah. What do you say?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
파이프인가?
Giant stone frog?
석조개구리.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes.
깃털을
They're feathers.
어유 깃털이네요. 4개의 깃털.
Ah, a little water feature.
작은 인공 폭포.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up. Oh good. A bridge.
다리야.
I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that
이렇게 작고 작은 연못에도
tiny
건널
pond.
다리가
Not
필요하다니.
all bridges are about getting across stuff. More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
그러게
Well,
왜 이렇게
I think they have
알조각상이
some sort of
많죠?
sculptor was just really
What do you
lazy.
mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to
알은
make.
만들기 가장 쉬운 형태일 테니까 사실 알은 그렇게
More egg
만들기 쉽지 않은데.
statues.
I don't get
Well,
it.
are the
What do
sculptor.
you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
How shall I go?
That'd be great.
Stone pillars. Or what's
돌기둥의
left of them.
잔재.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof. Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden.
일단 다 본 건가 그럼? 아 맞다 이 위에도 방이 하나 있었죠? 다락방. 뭐야 이거?
It's a statue
늑대
of a
동상.
wolf, standing up straight.
You know, there's a name for that.
늑대
I
인간.
know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else. up
먼지가
here.
별로 없어.
Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
안에 뭔가 채워져 있어. 뭔가 채워져 있다고?
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
항아리 머리를 비틀어서 열 수 있음.
What is that?
Not sure. Some
감개?
kind
Looks
of.
like it might attach to something.
나사가 있다. 빨간 밧줄이 감겨 있다. 원래 뭐가 이어져 있었나 보네요.
Just
먼지
dusty
쌓인
junk.
잡동사니. 먼지 쌓인 잡동사니.
Someone painted out the window.
누군가 창문을
Do you
칠했어.
think it was done?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. What's in that little box? I bet it's bones.
분명 빼야 할 거야.
skull at
최소
least.
2개골.
You know, maybe I won't open.
그냥 안 열래. 안 여는
Where's that
거냐고.
light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards.
사이에 틈이 있다. 오! 피해자가 보이네요.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Nothing catching my
I'm
interest.
sorry, is this spooky attic board?
Kinda. At least the moths are kept well fed.
그래도 나방은 계속 먹을 게 있었나 보네. 그러게요.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is
Kinda.
너 더 볼 건 없나?
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do
Let me
you?
put it this way.
먼지 알레르기.
It's a statue.
You know, there's a name.
I
It's
know.
not quite. Also, it's stuffed.
좋아요. 일단 용의자는 다 만났어요. 우리 이제 처음부터 한 명 한 명 대조해 볼까요?
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Can you tell me anything about what
얘
happened to
아무것도
Freya?
몰랐지 생각해 보니까. 아무 말도 안 했어요.
She's
몰랐던
acting
건 아니지만.
pretty suspicious if you ask me.
얘 그러면
I don't
어제부터
know.
하루 종일 여기 있었단
Maybe
소리야?
she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible? Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
말을 안 함. 아 이런 식으로 증거를 하나하나 제시할 수도 있어? 너무 많은데.
Anything we should know? Any hobbies? Besides staring out the window?
아홉 명의
We
용의자가
met
있는 거잖아.
Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
나이스 트라이. 말을 안 함.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
뭐
Do
말을
you
하는 게
Fitz have
없어.
anything to do with each other? Other than your initials. Were you close with Freya? How are you two related? Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
그래 뭐
I don't even think she's
어차피
listening.
듣고 있지도 않은 것 같은데.
Oh, she's listening. We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know
분명히
about Penny?
교수는 얘를 볼 수 있죠.
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker.
없어.
Grimoire,
쇼크.
what could you possibly be writing down?
대체 뭘
Oh,
적을
no,
수
I gave
있지?
up making notes ages ago.
일찌감치 메모하는 걸
Now I'm just
포기했어.
doodling
그래서
in the
머사리에 낙서하는 거야.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like a sudden absence of wall.
갑작스러운 벽의 부재. 아유 복잡해.
The attic's directly above us.
Yeah. The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood. Right, and no real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
뭐가 이상하다는 거지? 아무튼 좋아요. 사랑의 장돌이님 어서와요. 굿녀예요. 얘의 진술 다시 한번 확인하죠.
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the
얘
air.
진술이 되게 헷갈려.
Malevolent?
제일 처음에 들은
Perhaps.
거라서.
Uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right. Fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor
아래층
below.
계단으로 사라진다?
Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower
아,
to
이래서
find
같이
Professor
올라왔구나.
Pointer. So I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there
그래 다
already.
있었다 그랬어요. 쟤들이면 마지막에 들어온 것도
Of
맞고.
course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
좋아요. 그러면은 처음에 나갔다는 두 명이 누군지 궁금하네요. 맨 마지막에 들어왔다는 건 확실해요. 하프 동상이 뭔지 알까?
Ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history
Remington.
in some way, but I can't recall.
물감을 물어볼까요?
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're
평소에는
normally in
상태가 아주
excellent
좋다.
condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
그야 뭐 자기도
I've been carving for a
자기도
couple
색깔을
of years
칠하니까.
now. I was
맞아요.
hopeless when I
진정한
started,
거짓말쟁이는
but it didn't
진실
take me long
90%의
to
거짓말을 10%만
master
섞는
it,
법이에요.
as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya
아, 이래서 알고
kindly
있는
taught
거야?
me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait
이거 설마
based
자기였어?
on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of
말
course,
막혔어.
I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from 탱글타워.
하지만 아주 먼 곳에 보관하고 있다.
Safety first and all that. Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
이 가족사
What's it
가족
supposed to
동상이었어?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite.
빨간새는 뭐야 그럼? 아, 일단 이거부터 물어봐.
Isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim
포인터랑
a
플라워가
certain
둘 다 이
degree of
건물의 소유권을
ownership.
주장했다.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
플로라가 고른 이름.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all.
의도한 건
Something
아무
of
이유도
a
없다.
fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
그러니까 형제들을 다시 불러들이기 위해서 이름을 바꿨다는 거네요. 아, 이거 다 물어봐야 되나?
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
일단 인물에 대해서 물어보죠.
Dearest Flora.
얘 아내죠, 플로라가?
Yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a
왜 잘 지내는
She
말에
hasn't gone quiet on
충격
you.
받는 거야?
It's true she has an independent
독립적인
streak.
것은 사실이다. 평생을
Had it her
그랬다고?
whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone
세
wolf,
형제 중 가장
you
어려.
know? Just the way she is.
고독한
Lone
늑대였다.
wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to
아무하고도 얘기하고
anyone.
싶지 않아
She
보이던데요.
just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
휴먼에서 피포로 바꿨네.
You're
어쨌든 둘 다 사람이긴
currently
한데.
basking in his presence. You tell
아, 다른
me.
인간에서 다른 사람으로 바뀐 건가?
Let's move on.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real
얘
name?
이름이 피오나야?
She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables.
아, 피오나인데 자기가 피피라고 부르는 거야?
She makes up the
어쩐지 사람 이름이 많이 나온다 그랬더니 이름을 바꾼 애들이 있네?
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her.
아, 그런 이유 때문에?
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
플로라랑도 잘
Freya and
지냈다.
Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially after...
플로라?
Especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name.
뭐야,
at all.
그러면은
There's a family tree in the grand hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years
플레야는
old. She came
플로어
to live
가문이 아니야?
here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at 탱글타워.
일단 피츠.
I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything.
양파처럼 속을 알 수
Brain
없다.
like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all.
딸이
And
전혀
I
좋아하지
trust
않는다.
Fiona's
피피가
judgment
좋아하지
entirely.
않는다는 거지.
Yes, she's a very vigilant young woman. Percival Pointer. Yes, good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
갑자기 그걸 물어봐?
Oh, maybe.
모릅니다.
That is
그럴지도요.
not
아직.
information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer.
꽤
Just because he's
억울해한다.
always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35
35년이
years.
넘었다.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
내 라이벌이라고 지칭하는 명예를 줘도 될지라니.
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger.
어릴 때는
Always
엄청
a
힘들어
little
보였다.
estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile.
하지만 소용없지.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has
항상
been.
그랬다.
I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite
내성적이다.
introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about
무언가에 대해
The heavy, heavy price of
심술이 나
emotional
있었다는 건가?
intelligence.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the order.
진홍색 망토 교단의 일원이다.
Is that a real thing?
No,
자기도 비슷한 걸
just
입고 있네.
meant, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
얘
That's a
탐정에 대해
question
별로
you
아는 게
If
없어요.
you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I
그녀라고?
heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for
그녀라고?
some rare item. Something called the golden beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of
황금 딱정벌레 찾고
sensationalist
있다고?
rubbish.
뭘 찾으러 왔다 그러긴
You reckon?
했어요.
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the golden beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
그렇다면 내가 들어갔을 테니까. 맞아, 얘 보물에 대해서 좋아하지. 이거 다 물어봐야 되나?
Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
그럴 수도 있죠.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad.
아직
Might
구제
be
가치가 있다.
salvageable.
이런 거 비슷한 상이 하나 더 있었는데 여기 있다.
Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was
깨트린 후
trying to
증거를 숨기려고
conceal
했다.
the evidence. Cunning.
작은
Why
렌즈.
don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise.
황금
What's this
딱정벌레.
all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold.
얘 방금 말짱 나온 것 같은데 못 알아들었어요.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit.
그러고 보니
I've never
플로라의
managed to
방은
work
어디
out
있지?
what.
얘 아내의 방은
Why not
어디야?
just ask her?
그냥
I
저기
feel like if
옥상이
somebody
자기
keeps
방이야?
something locked
그 뻥
away
뚫린
in a
추워 보이는
ceramic
곳이?
egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead?
파피한테 물어본 게 어때?
Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
모릅니다. 저런
That looks like it might belong to
피츠의
Fitz.
컷처럼 보인다.
Goodness me. Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave.
새들인데
if they
떠나고
really
싶었으면
wanted
떠났겠지.
to.
맞는 말이긴 한데 그건 한 번도 본 적 없는 건데.
Looks
귀해
valuable.
보인다. 화분의 열매.
That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
아무튼 식물 관련된 거면 피츠인 것처럼 보인다고 하네.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha!
10대들이란 참 웃기지 않냐?
Teenagers are funny, aren't they?
라는 말인 것 같네요. 새 도감.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
이상하다.
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects. Not in an evil way, in a
좋은
good
의미로.
way. That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable
너무
for my
좀 우울하다.
tastes.
거의 다 봤네요.
My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes.
알아차리지
Didn't
못했다.
notice. No idea. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
파피의 것인 것 같다.
Flora's quite fond of that old thing.
낡은 물건을 꽤나
It's
좋아한다.
in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do.
야, 아는 게 뭐야?
It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
붓에 물감을
I
둔
think
채
we'll give
두지
her a
않는다.
pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
소상아,
It would have been a beautiful painting. As,
정말 아름다운
rather
그림이
a
됐을
shame
텐데.
Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly
현대적인
strange,
그림은 다
aren't
어딘가
they?
괴상하지
The
않냐고
emotion
물어보는데
of the
맞는 말인
piece
것
taken
같네요.
over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
칼이
You
아닌가?
don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
깃털일 수도
What's
있겠네요.
this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
좋아요. 다 물어봤어요. 뭐 별로 얻은 건 별로 없죠. 살펴보지 않은 게 있다면 모르겠지만 여기서 뭔가 정리 좀 할 수 있나?
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
누군가가 거짓말을 하고 있다.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the grand hall.
But
아, 이거 지금 다 들은 진술을 합쳐서
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
합쳐서
I
보여주는
didn't know
거구나.
what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs. Just outside my
야, 하나가 더 있지 않았었나?
Someone began banging on the door. I
내려간
ignored
사람이 한 명 더 있었을
before the
텐데.
someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw
아니,
coming out
잠깐만.
of the library.
아, 일단
He
계속 봐보죠.
emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me.
I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me.
이거 뺨 싸다고 맞았던 것만
I thought
기억해서
she was
기억하고
playing a
있어.
trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
야, 얘만 진짜 외부인이야.
Gardner finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about
아, 얘
being
목소리가
made to
이제
wait
보니까
outside
여자
so long.
목소리네요.
But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm
그러네요.
each other.
너무 구체적이네. 너무 구체적이네. 아 근데 약간 다른 점이 있었죠. 얘가 말했을 때 2명이 내려갔다 그랬잖아. 그럼 첫 번째로 내려간 애는 누구야? 그 첫 번째로 내려간 사람이 제일 범인과 가깝죠? 두 번째로 내려간 사람은 얘잖아. 파피잖아. 그래서 사라지는 걸 봤다 그랬으니까 이 방에 들어간 피피 방에 들어온 거잖아. 일단 제일 상관없어 보이는 탐정이랑 얘기 좀 해보죠. 얘가 찾고 있는 게 황금 머시기? 아, 그 전에 이거 풀어보자.
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
아직도 이게 뭔지 모르겠어. 아직 풀 수 없을 것 같습니다. 아, 그래?
Let's come back later.
꼭 비밀 입구로 가는 것 같은데. 좋아요. 일단 얘부터.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
그녀가 뭔가 숨기고 있는 것
She
같지
has some
않나요?
strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
어휴.
Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer.
존경받는
Keeps himself to
청문학자다.
himself.
남의 방 도찰하는 게?
What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyway.
가장 예의 바른 대답이다. 어떻게 보면 얘는 부회자 아니야? 사실상 주인공 일행보다 먼저 왔다 뿐이지 완전
Did you
연관
get
없는
anything useful
사람이잖아.
out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious.
하지만 너무 지루하다. 너무한 거 아니야 그거? 같은 색깔 망토 썼다고 동료에 느끼고 계시던데.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here
가장
at
총명한
Tangle Tower.
사람이다.
Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
기회가 있었을 때 더 자세히
You
물어볼 걸.
couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the
조금
signs.
조짐을 일찍
signs?
뭐 무슨
I
조짐?
do not wish to do your job for you,
당신의
detective.
일을 대신해줄 마음 없습니다.
I find her rather embarrassing, little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
팬이는
27.
25살이다. 27.
Makes it worse.
그렇군요.
Considerably
상당히
intelligent,
해박하다.
and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition, no focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely.
10대라고 하기
I'll say
힘들다.
this: he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
육체 노동.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse.
그렇게
But I
말하는 거야?
heard he's been breeding experimental flowers. In secret.
실험적인 꽃을 번식하고
Well,
있다.
scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
쉬긴 하는지 궁금하다.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent.
대단한 음악적
She
재능을
could be
지녔다.
famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
원하기만
She
한다면
probably
부자가 될
has to
수
leave
있을
Tangle
정도로
Tower
재능이
first.
있다.
Quite.
하지만 그러려면 여길 떠나야 돼. 쉽지 않네.
Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower.
제대로 된 탑도
It's
아니다.
little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
그왜 얘가 말하는 거야?
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary.
비밀의
for
방을
anything
만들기엔
like
너무
that.
평범한
I was
사람들이다.
disappointed too. You truly consider this a case?
이걸 사건
file?
파일이라고
What's
여긴다고?
wrong with it?
No organization, no
체계도
system.
없다. 정리도 안 돼 있다.
That's my
어휴.
style. I like seeing everything.
주인공 사실 알고 보니까 야매 탐정 아니야?
How quaint. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence?
누군가 증거를
perhaps?
없애려는 걸 수도 있겠네요.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then.
못했다는 거네요. 아이 저런.
Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course,
그림
it was
자체가
the painting
아니었다면
itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to
탐정이란
examine
가능한 모든
every
생각의 길을 조사하는
avenue of
것입니다.
thinking.
그러고 보니까 누구였더라? 어디서 봤는데 탐정이 하는 일은 그게 확률이 없어도 그것밖에 안 나오면 그게 진실이다라고 말했던 것 같아. 코난이었나?
Paints?
야 갑자기 코난이 생각난 거 보니까 코난에서 나온 것 같네.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told?
와 아픈
You
말하네.
got it open. I'm impressed.
와 얘도 열었어?
I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday.
어제도
too.
비어 있었나요?
It was.
항상 비었던 걸
Perhaps it's
수도.
always been empty.
얘도 뭔가 열어보고 다녔구나.
A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
아무거나 좋아합니다.
What a
꽁무니
cop-out.
빼기는.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked. When
하지만
I saw it
그땐
last.
금이 가지 않았다.
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
하지만 본업이 없는 사람이죠? 뭐야 백수였어?
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll.
저주 인형 사건.
Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we
우리
ever
왜
have
저렇게
fun
재밌는
adventures
모험
like
안
that?
해? 그러게
Not having a fun adventure?
바로
Right at this
지금.
very moment?
하고 있잖아 바로 지금.
A photograph of Freya could be important. I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted
참고용으로
it for
찍었을 수도
reference.
있죠.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for
모델로
her, if
선
that's
적은
what you're
없습니다.
asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
세부적이지 않다.
A book from the library, one of hundreds,
수백
no
건 중
doubt.
하나, 서재에
What makes
집중
this one
하나였죠.
special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
잠겨 있어요.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
그건 정석이 아니죠. 맞아 이거는 피피한테 가져가면 열어주겠지?
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And,
스코프,
what is it?
It's my handheld microscope
휴대용
for
현미경,
up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles,
입자,
dust,
입자 흔적,
oils,
먼지,
clothing
기름,
fibers.
의류섬유. 왜 그런
Have
걸
you
봐?
used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2
온실을
days
조사할 때
ago.
썼다.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself
비밀
and my
조항이다.
client.
얘 도대체 누가 고용한 걸까?
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
얘는 이 사람들이 돈을 좋아해갖고 보석을 키우고 있다고 생각한 건가?
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
잠재적 살인 무기.
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are
얘가
my
찾고 있던 거
theories, and
아니었나?
I'm not going to share them.
새와 새장.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do you? Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially
두 발로 걷는
bipedal,
생물일 수도.
although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so
아 이제
far.
누군지 알잖아.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree. Doesn't make it a clue.
법학하기를
Same? Yeah?
자기도 그랬어?
One of 3 statues depicting the same.
새 동상 중 하나다.
This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking
귀마개다.
out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like
음악을
music.
좋아하지 않는 사람의 것인가 보죠.
Do you also have a pile of leaves?
낙엽
as a
더미도
clue?
단서랍시고 가지고 있지 않겠죠?
Did you see something?
수상한 낙엽을 보셨습니까? 할 말이 없네.
What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it?
찾은 곳으로
Maybe
가서
you'll
다시
find the rest of the
확인해보라.
something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
제가 다 물어봤어요. 딱히 뭐 없네요.
We already solved it.
이미 푼 건 이미 풀었다고 알려주네. 어디로 가볼까? 일단 우리 교수 좀 만나볼까요?
A listless soul drifting through the ether.
아, 얘
What's
손
wrong
움직임
with her?
이상해.
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family.
언제나 문제가
I'd
있었다.
say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
말을 안 하니까.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life.
넘치게
And he
가진
does
걸.
have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over
돈이
a small
많다네요. 그러니까
fortune.
백수일 수도 있는
That
건가?
is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best
절친이라서
of
까는 거야?
friends. Ah, yes, the heiress of 탱글타워.
상속인.
Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I
과학단지
dare say
같은 게
she'll
생기지 않을까?
confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
위험할
You sound
정도로
jealous.
지능적이다.
Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's
자신의
doing.
일에 대해선 잘하는 것
kinda
같았다.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were
모든
sharp,
탐정이
rigorous,
예리하고
and
빈터
thorough.
없이 철두철미한 줄
Then, of
알았다.
course, I met you.
바로 주인공 까내리기.
Nobody could deny her talent.
다들
She
얘가
was
재능이 있다는 건
remarkable,
알고 있네.
artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for
천문학에는 관심
failing
없던
to
것 같다.
inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the
그러니까
most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think.
피오나가
I'm
PP였나?
surprised she chose to live at 탱글타워 as long as she did.
피오나가 PP였나?
What do you want me to say? He's the
그는
gardener.
그냥 정원사죠.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
하지만 포인터 가문은 아니다.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't
여기
live here
살고 있진
anymore.
않다. 아 이거
What about his
가족 관계부터 좀 들여다봐야겠는데.
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was,
짧게
it was
끝났다.
short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about
자기에 대한
myself.
얘기는 하지 않다.
Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of
목성의 달에 대해
Jupiter
얘기하는 건
instead?
어때요?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like
자리 10개나 있잖아요. 83개.
Yeah, we don't have time.
시간이 없어.
Ah, Penelope, our resident
조리학자 거주인.
ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this
지금은
moment in
그렇다.
time, until she marries the
정원사와
gardener.
결혼하기
She'll still
전까지는
be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the pointers and join the fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship.
가라앉는 배? 자기
My
가문을 가라앉는 배라고 말한 거야?
My pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
용의자이냐니까요. 왜 용의자 목록에 있는 거죠? 용의자니까요. 이런.
her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's
그러게
mother?
퍼피의 어머니는 어디 있어?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away.
어웨이.
She went away.
엄청 멀리 가서 죽었다는 얘긴가? 잠시만 좀 살펴보자. 헷갈린다. 어머니는 없어. 절친. 아, 에이, 다 내릴 생각 없었는데. 삼촌. 일단 포인터 가문이긴 하네요. 약혼했고. 조카딸, 딸. 아내랑 여제 형제가 있지만 여긴 없는 것 같아요. 얘도 플라워 가문이긴 한데 정작 플라워에 있는 어른들이랑은 사이가 없네. 조카도 아니고 그냥 같은 가문인 거야? 얘는 왜 친구가 되는 거지? 아니 뭐 친구일 수는 있지. 절친. 얘랑도 절친 아니야? 탐정. 아무것도 없네요. 피피는 얘 둘의 딸이라 그랬죠. 안에 남자 형제가 하나 있고 막내라 그랬던가? 아무튼 그렇네요. 아유 복잡하다. 이제 힌트에 대해 물어보죠.
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
그녀와 그녀의
With
가족의
Felix, you
다툼.
mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit,
레밍턴과는
you see.
격동의
I
식구들이라.
don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in
이건
over
이
a
건물
decade.
소유주는 원래 레밍턴가였다는 건가?
Not exactly a wealth of information,
정보가 좀
is
많지는
it?
않네요.
It's enough.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature.
자연과
all the
함께 그렇게
same.
되는 겁니다. 모두가 같죠.
A very old
아주 오래된
statue
동상.
indeed. I'd recommend you leave
그냥
it
놔둬.
well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
너무 오래됐다.
I find that painting to be in
아주
rather
안 좋은
bad
취향의 그림.
taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real
진짜
blood
피가
on it.
묻은 칼.
The whole thing is rather vulgar. Is this important?
Possibly.
Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the
물감붓이
murder
살인
weapon?
무기는 아닐까요?
After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
불가능한 이는 아닐지도.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Pointer property originally.
포인트 가문의
Purloined by the
소유물이었다.
fellows. Typical.
언제나처럼.
I haven't
그냥
seen that
공용어로
tape for
쓰고
a
있는 거
long
아니야?
time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself
자신의
considerable
이술적
artistic
자유를 잘
license.
표현했군요.
This looks a little
좀
rushed,
급하게 만든 것
even by
같은데.
Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a
늙은이들이 취미를
hobby.
갖는 건 좋은 거다.
Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. Poppy's two closest friends.
가장 친한 친구들.
Freya looks so innocent there. Freya was well acquainted with the
수상화에
abstract,
대해
I'll
잘
say
알고
that
있었다.
much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big,
큰
red
빨간 무언가.
thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
대단한 해석이군요.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
큰 빨간 무언가.
These were drawn by Freya. She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of
더
it.
잘 관리할 수
I like the
있었을
look of
텐데.
a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
아, 일기장은
A
어차피
diary
모르겠죠?
can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of
이거
one's
일기장
soul.
열어보러 가야겠네.
How do
피피한테
you know
가면
it's a
되려나?
diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look
하지만
like a
일기장처럼
diary.
보인다.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
별을 보는 건
No.
아니다.
Probably
망원경이라고? 현미경이라고 안 했던가?
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat
이건
it.
먹지 못하잖아요.
Makes you
못
wonder
먹음.
why he bothers at all.
모종삽.
You
살인
found a
무기를
murder
찾으셨어요?
weapon?
Steady on. It's
이건
just
그냥
a garden
모종삽이에요.
trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me.
왜 애들 다 이거 가지고 살인 무기 같대?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're
방금
studying?
딱정벌레.
I can't help you, I'm afraid.
뭐야? 얘
I
방금
think it must be
침묵했어.
something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangletown.
뭔가 알고 있는 것
I'm
같은데?
not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
That's rather a small cage for three birds, isn't
그러게
it?
세장 좀
But
작지
then,
않아?
aren't we all trapped in a cage?
아, 제
Well, now,
손놀림.
that is most definitely none of my business.
손놀림
Quite
너무
possibly
이상해.
none of yours
눈 아파.
either. What kind of flower is
어떤
that?
종류의
We're
꽃이죠?
not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a
프리므로즈가
floriculturist.
화예가였다.
Best in the field.
이 아내라는
That's a
얘기죠?
flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal
양서류인
fishman.
이족보행 인어 역시
Playing a
디번
trumpet.
아닐까?
Playing a trumpet, yes. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
조금 더 변하지 않았다고?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
아니, 알고 있긴 한데 누군지.
Oh my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano.
피아노를 시작할 때 처음
Primrose,
배운
that
곡.
is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother.
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. I've seen those earmuffs
루트
before.
동사. 얘는 귀
They're
막힌
the
걸 안
ones
해?
Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always
항상
wears.
쓴다?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold
단사라고
of what you
생각하는 것에
consider to
경계를
be
좀
a
조정해야 할
clue.
듯 싶습니다만.
What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
원래 그런 거거든. 그렇군요.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy.
뭔가 수상해.
Suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
혐의.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy
천문학에 무엇이
exactly?
그렇게 흥미로우십니까?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind
근데 너가
to the
보고 있는 건
wide
하늘이 아니잖아.
universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can
정확한 값을 주는
quantify
건
them.
피하고 싶다.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
사실 천문학에 전혀 관심이
What could you
없다.
possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly
살짝 다른 연구
different
분야에 관심이
field of
있습니다.
research.
이거 아닐까요?
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
얘가 엿보고 있었던 것은 망원경이 엿보고 있었던 것은 범죄 현장.
Pointer's telescope was sneaking up on the crime scene and not up at the sky. Almost.
하나만 더
Maybe just
바꿔봐.
change one thing.
하늘을 보고 있던 게 아니다. 범죄 현장. 실제로 보고 있었던 것은
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly
저급한
entomologist. Now
공초학자라더니
you're accusing me of what? Spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your
설마
golden beetle
탐정 얘가
specimen,
고용했나?
and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers
플레야가
and in the gardens too. She was definitely
프레아를
up to
훔쳐보고
something.
있었던 거다.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
범죄를 목격했습니까? 하긴 봤을
No,
수도 있어요.
I didn't.
근데 못 봤다고 말하네요.
When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
이미 바닥에 누워있는
Flora?
상태였다.
You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle.
플로라가
That's
누워
why I
있었다.
decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
프레아를 보러 온 게
This
아니라
changes
플로라를
your
보러 온
state,
거였군요.
doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
그래요. 그러면은 진술이 바뀌었죠. PP와 얘기해야 돼. 아유, 안 그래도 PP한테 가려고 그랬는데. 안 그래도 PP한테 가려고 그랬는데 딱 알려주네요. 일단 이것부터 열어보죠. 책이네요.
My book.
마이 북.
And what's in it?
Pages.
페이지가 있어요. 그렇겠지. 왜 말을 안 해줘?
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes,
직업 미상. 좋아하는 거
unknown.
모름. 싫어하는 거 모름.
Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother?
어떻게
How
아무것도
do you
알지
not
못하죠?
know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting
비언어적
nonverbal
소통. 그냥 말을
communication.
못하는 거 아니야?
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to
아,
speak
그
when
말을 할 줄
necessary, but
알기는
not
해?
more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a
큰
great
상실이
loss,
있었다.
something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53.
얘도 직업 없네. 심지어
None.
자기 아빠에 대한 얘기하는 건데.
Collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities
인간의
of
존재에
human
벗어날 수
existence.
없는 현실.
Notes, Felix is my father and legal
이게
guardian.
로봇이냐고.
And is he a good dad?
I have no point of
비교할 대상이
comparison,
없다.
but I would say
하지만 좋은
No.
아빠는 아니다.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
아
What makes him
예스냐
that
노냐에서
father figure?
너야라고.
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you then.
Grimoire.
He is quite correct.
잠깐 외계인 목소리가 됐어요.
Name: Fellow.
자기한테서도
19. Profession: Amateur microbiologist.
아마추어
The
미생물학자.
meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes: the superfluous window dressing accompanying the
보여주기용
majority of
동행.
human contact. Notes: kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
피오나라
How come
그랬죠 이
you prefer
이름이?
Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His
피츠는
father, a man
삼촌이고
named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not
이었다.
know if Flint is alive or not.
플랜트가 살아있는지
He left
모른다.
Tingletower a
탱글타워를
long time
떠났다.
ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share
프레아는
exactly one grandparent.
조부가 같다.
Name: Haksha. Age: unknown. Profession: private detective.
아니 이렇게 말해주는 거 왜 이렇게 웃긴지
Quote.
모르겠네.
Being left alone. Dislikes: quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a
클립보드가 있는 찐따 같은 괴짜가 자꾸 멋이게 하네요.
name: Freya Fellow.
왜 이렇게 웃겨?
Age: 19.
직업이 그냥 예술가네?
Artist. Deceased.
사망!
Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is.
봐요.
Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule.
모든 규칙에서 예외가 될 줄 알았는데 전혀 그렇지 않았다.
She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did
얘도
you
뭔가
spend
조사하고
a
있나
lot of
보네요.
time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2.
지난
Increasingly
1년간은
isolated.
혼자 지냈다는
Do you know
얘기네요.
why?
I do not. If you are looking
이유는
for a
모른다.
speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
파피한테
The three of you
물어보라.
were friends.
We are of a similar age, and all
모두
highly
재능이
gifted.
뛰어나다. 그쵸?
One scientist, one artist,
음악가
and
예술가.
one musician.
Sounds like quite a
좋은
team.
팀이네요.
Name: Fitzfellow. Age: 24. Profession:
비밀 식물학자.
cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
정원사가 아니라 식물학자였네요.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
180이
what's
훨씬
your
넘어 보이고 얘
problem with
150이라고?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower.
포인트
He
타워
was
탑을
making every
올리는 걸
effort to avoid
봤다.
detection.
So?
He was also carrying a
칼을
knife.
들고 있었다. 근데 칼을 들고 포인터 타워를 올랐다고?
Name: Percival Pointer. Age: 57.
얘 이름이
Profession.
프로페서야?
None.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me.
아, 얘 직업 미상이라 그랬나요?
Name: Percival
직업
Pointer.
없음.
Age:
역시
57.
천문학자가 아니네요.
Profession: None.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name: Penelope Pointer.
조류학자.
Age
여기 왜 이렇게
27.
지식인들이 많아?
Profession: Ornithologist. Likes birds.
싫어하는 거
Dislikes
곤충.
insects. Notes: Penelope
참고.
is very beautiful. I have never had very much
아,
in
매우
common with
아름답다.
her. Name: Poppy Pointer. Age: 19. Profession:
19.
Oh. Apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course
직업
originally
밑에
written
피아니스트라고
pianist,
적었었다.
but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of
크리스마스의
Christmas
유령이라고
yet to come.
썼네요. 그래?
What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a
돈이 꽤
fortune.
되겠죠.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family.
플라워 가문 및
This makes me
레밍턴
the
가문의
sole
후계자다.
beneficiary of Tangle
아,
Tower.
그래서
That's quite an
상속인이라고.
inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like...
그녀와 같은 말을 한다.
I require facts. What do you know?
뭘 알고 있죠?
We know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed
무언가로
with something.
찔렸어요.
There was no knife found at the crime scene,
Apart from the one in the painting.
which as a mere abstract representation does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife.
칼이라는 개념에 찔린 사람은 아무도 없었다.
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number
파피의
of
물건이다.
these techniques.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period
오랭이가
of
물속에
time.
있었다.
Right. But why?
I do not know why. The statue itself does not interest
동상
me.
자체에는
but I
관심이
do
없어요.
wish to know about those
기호에 대해서는
symbols
알고
on the heart.
싶다.
Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
우리가?
Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's
사람의
likeness,
초상화를
but
굉장히
in
잘
this
그린다.
painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
너무 어리게 그렸다고?
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora
Anyway.
is holding. I performed a
귀엽다.
test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting
파피가
looked
피
like a
묻은 칼
bloody knife.
같다고
I
했다고?
told her
그래서
that's ridiculous. My mother owns
그래서
no such
조사하려고
knife.
둘이 같이 내려간
But then I
거잖아.
noticed that the
나
paint was
내려간
slightly too
거구나.
dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood.
이것도
not paint.
피라고?
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak
여기에
you out?
들어있는 빨간 색깔도
No.
피라고?
In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
그러면은 칠해져 있는 피는 그 뭐야 피해자의 피가 아닐
The
수도
red
있겠네?
paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood.
이것도
Same
피야?
with the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer.
저 피는 자기 피가 아니라 그냥 그 안에 들어있던 거 아닐까?
I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand
알
hall.
모양 조각상도
Yeah,
많다.
what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like it.
그냥 알을 좋아한다.
The gramophone belongs to Poppy.
이
But I
추궁기는
believe
파피의
she gave
것이다.
it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
언제 금이 갔죠?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have
지난
happened
이틀
sometime
사이에
in the
일어난
last
일이다.
2 days.
얘 웃는 거 이상해.
Laughing?
A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the
빨간
red
물감
parts
없이 어떻게
without any
빨간색을
red
칠?
paint.
그러게?
It is a model of
빨간색은
Freya,
원색이라서 만들 수
made
있는
by
것도
my father.
아니던데.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a
빨갛고
little
하얀
red and white
생물.
creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? This photograph is my favorite photograph.
가장 아끼는 사진.
So,
근데 왜
why'd
반으로
you rip
찢었죠?
it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
3분의 1로 찢은 거다. 아니
I
왜 그런 걸
believe Freya
따져?
was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to
저한테
ask.
물어봐도
All I
소용없어요.
see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such,
빨간 산이랑
I cannot
태풍.
ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
파피랑 피츠.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
렌즈.
This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a
쓸모없는
pointless
작은
little
망원경을
telescope?
들고 다녀요.
It's a telescope.
Oh yes, it has a
망원
telescopic
렌즈가 달려
lens.
있잖아요.
It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
작은 걸 볼 때 쓴다 그러지
The
않았어?
fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
비싼 돌이라면 팔지
It's
않는
not
이상
edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
얼마나 온전한지에 따라서.
That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is.
그래요?
Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy
천문탑에서
tower.
발견했다.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
곤충학자는
Yeah.
천문학자의 정확히
You
반대.
could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You
어우,
wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe,
그렇구나.
living or inanimate.
생물이든 혹은 무생물이든.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh.
그냥 무서워한다는 거네요.
Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
정확히
Then how
모릅니다.
can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next,
Next.
it is
Good.
a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
뭔가 기억이 날 것 같은데 뭔지 모른다.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
왜 파피가 하는
The
것이라고
statue lives in
생각해요?
the music room. Who else would it be?
아, 그건 그래.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea. An item from Poppy's childhood.
파피의
Her
인형기
earliest
물건.
piano lessons hold some special significance.
인생의
for
첫
her.
피아노 레슨.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough
자세한
to
일을
ask.
말해주는 아량을
You
베풀지
two are
않았다.
friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
하지만
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired
파피는
of my
같이 있는 게
company.
실제한 게
is it
확실하다.
anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no.
그건
The
아니다.
changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie
다른 데
elsewhere.
있다?
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on
기마개랑
statues.
동상은 안 어울린다. 그렇긴 해.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My argument stands.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize
본 적이
it.
없어.
And besides, I would have no
쓸모없는
use for such a
물건이에요.
thing. Perhaps it could be used to
젖은
hang wet
빨래를
laundry.
넣을 때?
Was that a joke?
뭐 줄이니까 걸면 넣을 수 있겠지?
Yes.
농담이었다네요.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something.
Let's ask him about it.
빨간 색깔 물감 얘기하는 건가 지금?
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something
Let's ask her about it.
혐의.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously.
수사한 건 없다.
Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What
무슨
exactly
의심을
are
하고
you
있는 거지?
accusing me of?
이건 당신의
It's
물감통이
not your
아닙니다.
paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
진짜는 누구의 것인지 증명할 수 있는 거. 이건가? 아, 병
Let's
색깔이
take a
다르구나.
closer look at this.
프레야의 물감, 파란 물감통과 똑같은 것은 뭘까요?
Freya's blue paint pot is exactly the same as Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. Nope.
안 통한다. 2개 이상 틀렸다는 거죠? 빨간 물감통의 수상한 점. 뚜껑이 뒤바뀌었다는 건 맞지 않을까? 와, 정확히 똑같은 것은 아니라고? 여기에 있는 게 뭐죠? 무슨 일이 일어나는지 눈치챘다. 필릭스가 부셨다. 살인 무기로 사용됐다. 플로라의 탑에 남겨져 있었다. 뚜껑을 숨기기 위해 뒤가 바뀐 거 아니야? 이건가?
Freya's red
맞네.
paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
통 모양이
That red
다르긴
paint
하죠.
is from Freya supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
This red paint pot was
아니네요.
used to fill up blood after Freya used it to paint Flora. Nope.
안 통해. 가득 채운 거 뭐죠? 빨간 물감을 가득 채운 거면은 아닌데?
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot before Freya used it to
이것도
paint
아닌가?
Flora. That's not
그게
right.
아닌데? 빨간 물감통에 사실 물감이 없었다고?
Blood was used to fill up this red paint pot after Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right either.
그러면은 아 모르겠다. 너 너무 귀엽게 하는 거 아니냐고. 맞아요, 귀여워요. 이거 아무튼 저 빨간 물감은 물감이 아니라 피라는 것만 확실하죠.
All
이렇게인가?
of the paint pots contained no red paint before Freya used it to paint Flora. That's not right either.
뭘까? 이거 하나만 맞았다고? 저런. 아, 다 틀렸네요. 찍어봐. 아이, 빨간 물감 맞아? 이거 아니야 그럼? 아니네? 아, 이렇게라고?
This red
처음에
paint
요거
pot
하나만
was
틀린
somehow
거였네요, 그럼?
filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something. Right, fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure. So I
물감을 빌려달라고
politely
했다.
asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know.
아주 합리적인
Perfectly
요청이지.
reasonable request.
But she said no.
하지만
I
싫다고
tried to
했다.
explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well,
그래서
I
비
took
뭐야?
Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into
다
her
써서
room.
빈 물감통을
Not my
줬다.
proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch
그럼 저
anything
피는 누가
else.
채운 거야?
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's
플로라의
birthday.
생일에 맞춰 끝내려고
I
했다.
needed
그래서
red to
조잡해졌구나.
paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question.
그러게요. 유력한
It
용의자가
had to be
됐어요.
red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened.
사건이 일어나서
Seemed a bit,
묻기로 했구나.
insensitive.
일단 가장 유력한 용의자가 됐어요. 여기에도 뭔가 할 말이 있었지. 일단 이것부터 다 물어보죠. 어휴, 얘 말 안 하나 본데?
Flora, this is
와, 처음으로 물어봤어.
your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there, or is it always empty?
말하지 않음.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
말하지 않음.
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
그보다 저 빨간새가 뭔지도
This
좀
is a
물어봐야
photo
되지
of
않을까?
Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter? Have you seen this book
이
before?
새를 본 적
Do
있습니까?
you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was going to
무슨
say
말을 해줄
something
줄
there.
알았는데. 정말
Do
아무
you know
말도 안
anything
하네.
about this beetle? Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds
다른
in
일반적인 새들은요?
general?
말 안 함. 아, 아무것도 말 안 해주네. 야, 어떻게 한마디를 듣질 못해?
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
아, 근데 이 빨간 깃털은 되게 얘가 들고 있는 식칼처럼 보이긴 하네요.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
혐의를
So,
물어봅시다.
This painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room.
맞아요. 정말
So what's
절대로
going on?
알려주지 않네요.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting.
그림과
Something
비교할
to
단서.
explain what that knife shape actually is.
고요, 맞아요. 절대 말을 안 해. 이거일 가능성이 높죠?
That kinda makes sense, but no.
아, 아니라고? 이건가?
That's not it.
이건 아니야. 설마 새야?
We'll get to
그건
that in a
나중에.
minute. That's not it.
아니 뭐야? 새가 이게 깃털이 아니라고? 모종삽?
That kinda makes
하지만
sense.
그게 아니야.
but
아니 분명히 깃털일 거라고 생각했는데?
That's not it.
이건 아니겠지. 뭘까요?
That's not it.
빨간 색깔 무언가를 들고 빨간 색깔이 아니라 그냥 뾰족한 무언가를 들고 있었다 치면은
We'll get to that in a minute.
뭐가 남았죠? 새?
Let's take a closer look at this.
아 맞네. 새 깃털이랑 비슷하게 생겼네. 아 이거를 이 깃털은 맞았네요 그럼? 으로 얼룩스의 것이다.
The painted knife is actually
맞네요.
just
이거
a
책
feather
처음 봤을
from
때
an
되게
ink
들고 있는 칼 같다고 했죠.
It's definitely the right shape. But the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
책 속의 얼룩스에도 빨갛고 하얀 것이 빨갛고 하얀 것 이거 아니야?
That's not it.
아니야? 아! 여기에 쓰인 새가 빨갛고 하얀 거라 그랬죠.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
애완동물이다. 애완동물이었던 거다. 페니가 아니라 플로라의 애완동물? 페니 아니 피피 페니 얼룩새가 아닌가? 친구를 보여주기 위해서?
The ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to show her friends. Almost. Maybe just change
하나만
one
바꿔보라고?
thing.
플로라와 빨갛고 하얀색의 관계? 이렇게인가?
The
아니네요.
ink-dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept Felix to show her friends. Nope.
그럼 이건 맞다는 거죠? 아 이것만 틀린 거였어?
The
아
ink-dip
기억하기 위해서
bird
보관하고
was
있던 거야?
Flora's
그럼
pet,
이거
so
아래
she
들어있던 게 이
kept a
깃털이야?
single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
Maybe. Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
저 알 속에
By the
들어있는 게
way, she kept
깃털이었을
the
가능성이
feather. I
높네요.
think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now?
그
You
깃털은
think she'd
지금 어디
keep it
있죠?
somewhere close by?
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
이거겠죠? 빈소개할.
That we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely
완전히 비어 있었어.
empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
구석을 가리키고 있어.
It's just a pile of books. They're not. Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
뭐야? 플로라의 그림. 당신을 위한 거예요.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
사건 현장에 대해 다시 짚어보자. 뭔가 얘기가 진행됐네요. 정리 시간.
We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
그러게. 무언가와 일치하도록 만들어졌다. 그건 바로 뭐죠? 진짜 칼. 증거를 숨기기
The
위해서다.
painted ink dip feather was designed to match a real knife to hide the evidence. Nope.
안 통해. 틀린 게 많다는 거죠? 피는 어디서 묻은 걸까? 또 어떻게 사용됐을까? 정신을 빼놓기 위해서?
Paint from the paint pot was replaced by blood from the paint pot to distract Freya. That's not
그게
right.
아닌데? 다 틀렸다고? 저런. 그림에 사용됐다. 끝이 빨간?
Blood from the paint
이거야?
pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody
엄청난
set it
우연의
up.
일치거나 누군가 의도한
Somebody
거다.
deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It
되게
stayed
시칼
locked
같네요,
until
진짜.
Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside.
잠깐만,
Pointer
잠깐만.
said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope.
문은 안에서 밖으로만 열린다.
But he
맞아요.
did see
셀리
Flora
엉덩이 땅 짱
lying
커요.
by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab
찌른
Freya?
건 뭐였지?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what. and
무엇보다는
more
어떻게가
interested
궁금하다.
in the
어떻게
how.
찔렀는지가 궁금하다.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her.
그러네.
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with the painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this?
뒤에서
How do
관통한 거
we know
아니야?
Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
쓰러진 것과 찔린 거는 전혀 상관없을지도 모른다. 그냥 쉬려고 누웠는데 위에서 뭔가 찔렀다? 가능성 좀 있네요. 그러게요. 저 교수님이 좀 의심스럽다. 근데 아마 천장에서 찔렀을 가능성이 높죠? 그 다락방?
A fellow bird enthusiast.
또 한
She's
명의
quite the
애조가.
expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally
아예
at one
닌자?
point. I think her father taught her.
아니 어째서
Are you
닌자?
friends with Flora?
A little bit.
조금은
A
친구다.
little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare
너무
say
시끄러울
I'm
거다.
a
저
little
물 좀,
too
물이
loud
어디
for
있지?
her.
I can see that.
I do admire her though, really.
이럴 줄
Always
알고
felt like
컴퓨터
she
앞에
could have
물을
done
잔뜩 갖다
better
놨지.
than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it.
말해버렸네.
I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves
자기
be
자신 인정할 때도
themselves.
낫다.
Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather
속으로는 아주
miserable.
절망스러워하고 있다고 생각해요.
She mostly ignores me if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same
지적 수준이
intellectual
다르다고?
level.
이쁘다고 존경하지 않았었나?
I mean, well, you don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
얘가 멍청하다고 그래서 무시받는다고 생각하는
She's a
건가?
most unsavory little.
어휴.
She
최악으로
was incredibly
불쾌한
rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird
큰
arms
날개가
or...
달린 팔?
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a
허수아비 유령
scarecrow.
같다.
I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor
역시
Pointer?
포인터가
Why him?
고용한 것 같죠?
It was Uncle that called her in. She's his
맞네요.
responsibility.
삼촌이 불렀다.
Did you not know that? She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning.
아침에 제일 먼저 새장에 앉아 새를 그렸다.
Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names.
이름만 알고 싶어 했다.
Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
이름 왜
For my
이래?
21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the
클레멘타인이란
birds
이름도
from a single
있었어요.
spring,
다 들은 건 아니지만.
with their names written underneath.
그러니까 이름
Can't
다
begin
지어줬나
to tell
봐.
you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were
구분이
close.
간다는 게 제일 드나한데?
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding.
말하지 않아도 아는 사람이었다.
Unspoken things.
착한 사람이었다는 거죠?
Isn't he strapping?
너무
Yes.
건장한데?
Big.
보기에는
And
180이
so
넘는다 그랬죠?
brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head.
아무 생각이 없는 걸 수도 있지. 아니면
just sounds
뭔가
like they
세상이
don't know
멸망한
very
거를
well.
생각하고
I don't
있던가.
remember asking for your input. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On
천문학에
occasion
관심을
I've
가진
dared to
적이
visit him
있다고
in
말은
his tower,
못했다.
but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000
태양의 반경이
miles wide?
64만 킬로미터.
Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
내가 뭘 할 수 있는데
Don't
맞아.
look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah,
조금?
a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them.
와
They're
태워버리세요.
all
모두
lies.
거짓말일 테니까.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does.
원래 그래요.
She's a
뱀이라고요.
snake.
씩씩.
Looks like one
뱀처럼
too.
생기기도 했고 머리가 좀
Don't you think
길긴
you're
해.
being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it.
파피가 먼저 시작했다.
No, it's probably quite
옆에
impressive.
커다란 새장이
To
달려
a
있어.
visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it. for
여기에 한
20
20년 동안
years.
살아봐요. 후광이
She
죽지.
wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
피츠가
What
아니었으면
about
살지 않았을
inheritance?
거다.
You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very
그렇게
much
표현해줘서
for
너무
phrasing it
고맙네요.
like that.
나이
But
많다고 그래서?
no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to
아
Poppy.
그래?
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
파피한테 가기로 되어 있구나. 얘한테는 오는 게 없네요.
Finally, I get to see a detective.
탐정의 사건 파일을 보게 되다니
That's a
얘
very specific thing to be excited
얘
about.
로맨스랑 탐정물 좋아했죠.
Only last week I asked that miserable hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
안 된다고
Would have been
했겠네요.
much more polite if she
그랬으면
had just
정중했을
said no.
거예요.
Instead, she was quite rude to me.
아주 무리하게
Accused me of
굴었다.
being, what was it?
얄팍한
A
선전주의자.
shallow sensationalist.
그러게요. 좀 귀여워.
Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly. Hardly
왜
the place
그런데
for
뭐
it.
버린 거겠지.
I'm sure I've read about this
분명 그
creature
생물체들
somewhere.
역시 디번이야?
Don't remember anything about him playing the
역시
harp, though.
디번이야?
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling.
효과가 조금
Don't you
거북하다.
think?
It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting
벗어날 수 없는
presence,
유령 같은
bless her.
존재다.
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. Oh,
국가 팔레트.
that's rather sad. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood
이
why.
안에다가 자기
I
애완
could say the same
깃털을
thing
애완동물
about her
깃털을
husband.
넣어놨으니까
Heyo.
Poppy's gramophone.
파피의
She's had it for a
축음기다.
long
다 이게 파피
time.
거란 건 알고
As
있네.
a young child, she'd call it her mama
마마폰.
on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
recognize
테라벌.
it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks.
세 가지 분홍색.
Scene. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
자기 자신의 그래?
If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of
어떤
some
새처럼
kind.
보이게 의도한 것 같네요. 얘가 알려주네.
Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure.
최소 몇 년은
Must be a
됐을
couple of
거예요.
years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style.
피오나가 지금 스타일로 바뀌기
I
전,
know a
그러니까
lot of
과학도로
people
들어가기
really
전이라는
like
거잖아.
this painting, but it's a little much for me.
아무도
I find
좋아하지
it
않던데?
overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya.
진짜 아무도
I think she was
좋아하지
more
않는 것
troubled than
같던데
he
저
knew.
그림?
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes.
아 피츠랑 파피가 같이 있어서 싫어하는 건가?
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
멸종한 동물에 대해 관심을 갖고 있다. 멸종했어?
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long.
하지만 저 얼룩새는
What about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at 탱글타워.
So it's not
맞아요.
extinct.
자기
you
약혼자한테 꽃을
misunderstand.
주는 장면이니까 싫어할 수도
It
있어.
was the last
아 약혼자가 꽃을 주는
one.
거구나.
The very last.
Oh.
Ooh, a
비밀의 일기장?
secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
작은 렌즈.
I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a
과일보다 원소에
gemstone than a fruit,
가깝다.
isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz
한때는
might be
피즈가
growing
이거를
them
길러서
to
팔려고 하는 줄
sell
알았죠.
them. But honestly, I think he just likes
그냥
the way
보고
they
있는 걸 좋아한다.
Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not
훔친 거지?
exactly.
정확하게 말하면?
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
황금 딱정벌레.
Not a fan of
곤충은 안
insects
좋아해서요.
myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
당신이 알길 기대했는데요.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby
떠들기야,
little things
맞아요.
like this.
증거 수집이란 목적으로 잠겨 있는 곳 다 따서
I
열었지.
must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to
특별한
fly
식단과
occasionally,
특정한
of
관리가
course.
필요하다.
But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything
무슨
happen.
하나밖에 없는 종들이야?
Names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
타봐봐. 아
I've already
뭐야?
forgotten all three of those names.
벌써
Which one
그러게
is which?
까먹었어.
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest. Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best
전혀 모르겠는데?
sense of rhythm.
Glad
전혀
we cleared
모르겠는데
that up.
진짜.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? It's just my hat.
그냥
It doesn't have a
모자라고?
name. Who would name their hat?
새가 아니었어? 모자였어?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
얘 파피랑 같이 피즈 두고 싸우나?
Yes, it's my my flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
여자를
The
되찾겠다?
look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a
조금
little
저급한 것
vulgar.
같아요. 뭐가 저급하는지 모르겠는데? 위장 결혼이고 레즈비 어?
Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely
전혀
no idea.
모르겠네요. 왜 애들 다 모른 척해?
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it?
파피
Thought she
악보치고는
was a
좀
grade 12 or
12학년치
something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
헐
Lovely.
멋지네요.
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at 탱글타워.
온갖 종류의 새가
Most
있죠.
Fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds
아직도 새로
all over the
가득한데요.
place.
그건 그래.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
아 대부분
What happened
평범한
to the
새들이다.
non-ordinary ones?
That is a
다
very
멸종한 거
good
아니야?
question. Is that for
바느질용?
sewing?
이거 도르래 아니야? 아무리 봐도?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
아 새로운 게 생겼구나.
There's something about those petals we found in
꽃잎 말인데 뭔가 수상해.
Let's ask her about it.
바로 물어봐요.
So, yeah, we found this.
Oh,
아 그러고 보니 중앙에 있는 정원에 빨간
You
장미가
wrote,
피어
"Now I'll
있었죠.
get her" on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower
빨간
petals.
꽃잎.
the petals.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tango Tower with red
빨간
roses.
장미가 있는 곳은
Need
한
a clue.
곳뿐이다.
Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
빨간 장미 어디 있었죠? 여기였나? 옥상 정원에 있을 때 그린 것이다.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
피츠가 들고
I
있다.
can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no
그건 그래.
access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be.
인간들에겐
But don't
그렇겠지.
forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
새를 시켜서 갖고 올 수 있나?
dears, what are you accusing me of?
뭘 덮어 씌우든지 살인 용의는 아닐 것 같은데. 뇌물, 선물. 뭐지? 페니는 어떻게 그리고 왜 옥상전을 가려고 했을까? 왜 옥상 정원에 가려고 했을까? 이게 선물이었다? 엿보는 데 사용되었다. 뇌물로 사용되었다. 아닐 것 같은데? 일단 한번 해볼까요?
Penny's flower was given to Poppy and Fitz, but it didn't work. Nope.
새가 들어간다는 얘기인가? 뭘까요? 일단 새가 갔다 왔을 거란 거 확실한 것 같다. 이렇게 해볼까요?
Penny's flower
이것도
was given
틀렸네요.
to one of Penny's birds and distract them. That's not right.
그게 아니다. 다 틀렸어. 선물은 아니라는 거죠. 뭘까? 뭘까요? 이건가? 다 틀렸네? 어휴. 페니는 다른 누군가를 보내 옥상 정원에서 둘을 엿보게 했어. 뭔 소리지? 도난당했다? 이렇게인가?
Pointer's telescope was used to spy
근데
on
틀렸네요.
Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. Almost.
하나만 바꿔봐.
Maybe
뭐가
just
틀린 거야?
change.
망원경이 틀렸다. 아, 새!
One of Penny's birds
새들
was
중에
used
한
to spy on
마리한테
Poppy and
감시하라고
Fitz
시킨
and
거야?
steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of
드루이드였어? 그러게. 얘 사실 이 손 사실 새 손 아니야? 이 안에 열면 깃털 있는 거 아니야?
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원에 있다는 거 이거 아니야?
Let's take a closer look at these.
왜냐하면은 요 뒤에 있는 이 노란 색깔 깃털이 얘 거랑 매우 닮아 보이죠? 아이 잘못 눌렀다. 온실이 아니죠. 옥상 정원이죠.
Penny's yellow bird when it visited the greenhouse. Almost. Maybe just. This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
얘 이름이 뭐였는지 모르지만 티타니아였나?
I can't stand it.
이게 모자라고? 진짜 모자야? 모자가 팔딱팔딱거려?
I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
I
knew
타바코였어
she'd be
이름이?
able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping
멀어지고
away
있다.
from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
갑자기 심파극. 좋아요. 그러면 생각난 김에 얘도 마저 다 찔러보죠. 안 찌른 게 많았잖아.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell.
못된 바람둥이.
The spoken word, unfit for dealing.
얘 왜 시를 쓰고 있냐 여기서.
Stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space. Foregone drifter, holding fast, days as shadow seeker past.
너에 대한 감상을 말하라는 게 아니라.
Accepting that your world will render.
감상이 아니라. 어떤 사람인지 말하라고. 아 근데 어떤 사람인지 말하는 것 같기도 하네.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown. An entity.
뭐라는지 하나도 모르겠어요 근데. 도움이 안
On
되네.
its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will. Hard of head but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our
연못
pond.
밑으로.
A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush.
이거
its
설마
gentle
힌트
birth.
물어볼 때도 이렇게
Hour
말하진
by
않겠죠?
hour, day by day, to
곤란한데?
your heart,
뭐라는지
to
하나도
nature's
모르겠어.
way. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether slowly fraying, floating
근데
helpless from
포인트
the lust
교수가
of jealous hunger,
천문학자가 아니란 건
selfish
확실한
thirst.
것 같아요.
Take a moment, kneel and meet.
걔 방에 있을 때도 천문학 교재 같은 것들을 하나도 다 열어본 적이 없는 것 같은 책이었잖아.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled.
하지만
Light
갑자기
is
잘못
shining on
이끌려.
the stage, but through the railings of a cage. That's me.
저잖아요.
I'm on a list of
살인
murder
용의자. 와,
suspects.
처음으로 멀쩡하게
Always thought
말해.
that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
실제로는
Falls a
지루하다.
little short, doesn't it?
평범하게 말했어요,
So
다행히.
there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows.
포인터가 셋, 플라워가 5.
4 fellows.
이제 넷.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers
원래는
own
이
the house
저택
now?
자체가 레밍턴 가문
Flora
거였다는
owns the
거구나.
house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart
소유권은
after
어머니가
my
떠난
mother
뒤로
left.
없어졌다.
Where's your mother now?
No idea. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in
정확히
an exact
수직으로
webbing,
들어갔다.
perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful.
너무 평화로웠다.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes. it
예전에요.
was.
예전엔 자기
I gave
거였다.
it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to
뭔가를
record
녹음하고
something.
싶어 했다.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it. but got
없애려다가
really
귀찮아졌나
lazy.
보죠. 아니면 그냥 잃어버린 거 아닐까?
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of 탱글타워.
유일한
I've
하프.
never actually seen a real one.
진짜는 본
Maybe
적도
it's from
없다.
before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah. Weird.
이상하네요.
When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock.
아유,
And an idiot.
진짜
But it
OBS
was
다시
blood on the
설치해도
tip.
이거 안 없어지는
If you
건
hadn't
좀
said
불편하다.
anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps.
결국 저게 뭐였는지
Nothing about the
알았으니까
knife
단서가
makes
되긴
any
했지.
sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything.
이거 설마 먼저 모두에게 다 말을 건 다음에 추리를
Why is the
시작했어야
glass
되는 건가?
cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting
이거
Flora?
검은색이구나.
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do.
자기보다 검은색을
What
많이
was
입는다.
inside?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It was my mother's originally.
So why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it.
플로라가
Freya would
가장
borrow it
쓴다.
too sometimes.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else
역시
would
이걸
own a
먼저
tape
다
like this?
물어보고 했었어야
Literally
되나요?
Anybody?
했었어야 됐나
Whose
보네요.
paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
아니야, 사진 있잖아.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
충성도.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring
악몽에서 이게 나온다고 말한 적이 있어요.
Sorry,
악몽?
but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave
그러게.
it in front
악몽에서
of your
나오는데 왜
bed?
침대 앞에 뒀어?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it.
악몽을
Giving
지배하는
something a
방법.
physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. Hey, that's me. Not a bad
완전
likeness.
똑같이 그렸는데?
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that? That belongs to Flora, I think.
플로라일 것 같아요.
Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her
생각해보니까
privacy.
피피도 안
I
알려줬네.
thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd
물어보면
tell you
얘기해줄
if you
텐데요.
asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight.
직설적으로 말해줄
Probably
거예요.
I've been avoiding it.
직설적으로 말하는 걸
Did you
듣기
find that in
싫다고
Fifi's
피하고
room?
있었던 거구나.
No. Should we have?
거기서 찾았어야
No,
하나요?
it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess.
인상적이다.
But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah,
그늘진 곳을
he
쳐다본다고?
does that.
그늘진 곳에서 쳐다보는
Is
게
that
아니라?
a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
이걸 쓴 것은 본 적 없다.
You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
하지만 이렇게 생긴 거 한
I'm not
번도 본
sure
적
anyone
없다.
has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box, in her room.
그러고 보니 못연 상자가 있지 않았었나?
Why?
For fun, obviously.
못 푼 상자가
I think
있었던
it's
것
kind of
같은데
cool to keep
어딘가에?
3 birds in one
어딘지
cage
기억이
like
안
that.
나네요.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Those petals,
What about them?
it's nothing. They're just unusual. Never
화분의
seen
꽃.
that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right. Don't look
방에
at me.
퍼즐은 하나씩 있었는데
didn't break
뭘
it.
못 풀었지?
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has
누군가
touched the
피아노를
piano.
만지면 그냥 알 수 있었다.
I don't
이게 뭔지
know
모르겠네요.
what that
본인이잖아.
is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in
쓰레기들로
there.
가득하다.
I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me. Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8
단순히
notes.
음표가
I have
8개다.
it memorized.
처음 배웠을 거라고 했구나.
Do
당연히
you
알고
know where
있겠네요.
those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around.
바닥에 있는 걸
I
봤다.
think
그래서
they belonged to
씌워줬다.
Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them.
아 그런
I thought they
거였어?
looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
오늘 아침에 찾았다.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway.
복도에서
remember
정확히 기억은
exactly.
나지 않는다.
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop
옥상 정원에서
garden.
새를 아주 많이
They seem to
봐요.
really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
조용해서
Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
다락방에 있었다는 것도
How
까먹었다고?
sweet.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's. Something
뭔가 수상하다.
suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
그 전에 우리 못 푼 뭔가 퍼즐이 있었는데
What is
I
that?
think it's a family trait. Lord Remington.
레밍턴
He
경.
sounds important. Lady Remington.
레밍턴 부인.
I think I have one of those in my bathroom. Flora Remington.
플로라 레밍턴. 아 얘가
She's one of the suspects.
여우씨 플레이님 어서와요. TCG와 해볼래로 하는 이거 뭐야?
Felix Fellow.
플릭스 플라워.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
얘가 피피구나.
Fiona Fellow. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Richard Remington.
The one and only.
레밍턴과의 유일한 후계. 아 얘가 그러면
Poppy
파피.
Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects. Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects.
피츠.
Fitzfellow.
We met him. He's one of the Freya Fellow.
엄청 멀리 있긴 하네요.
The murder victim.
She's barely related to the main family at all.
그러게 엄청 멀리 있네요.
Damien Dusk.
데미안 더스크.
It's Freya's father. I guess he doesn't live here anymore.
아 그런가요? 끝나고 확인해 볼게요. 이제 몇 시지? 8시 반? 1시간 정도 남았네요. 뭐 풀지 못한 퍼즐이 어딘가 있었던 것 같거든? 세 장이었나? 여기에 퍼즐이라고 부를만한 게 있었나요?
I don't like mirrors.
How do you
I do it by weight. I can
딱히
feel.
없었나? 음악실은? 음악실도 딱히 없었나? 정원이었나? 여기는 풀었고 여기도 풀었고 이 위쪽도 풀었고 아 여기는 알이었죠? 여기엔 뭐 더 없겠지?
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my eye.
Sorry.
Kind of.
이 늑대 말고는 불만한 게
You know,
없는데.
there's a name.
I know.
It's not quite. Also, it's stuffed.
아 여기만 들어오면 뭐 언제 냄새 나는 것 같아. 여기 또 풀었죠? 이게 여기서 나온 게 그거 뭐야 일기고 이게 여기서도 사진이 나왔었죠. 그러면은 다 푼 건가? 이 하프 말고는 다 풀었나요? 마지막 뭐야 용의자한테 가서 물어보고 나서 혐의 물어보러 가죠. 아 무섭다 야 너. 아 여기 있다. 이거 뭐야
A little
이거?
chart of. Actually, I have no idea what it's about.
이게 어디에 쓰는 건지
Kind of
모르겠네.
reminds me of a periodic.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
여기에는 뭔가 퍼즐이 없었나?
Hanging
To
basket.
you,
You're
mate,
only
2 inches makes all the...
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
누구의 고통이든지
Felix is a
모순
contradiction.
덩어리다.
His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
그렇게 생각하지 않습니다.
I was just about to say
아,
the
그래?
same thing.
주인공이
Fifi
좀 하자가 좀 있는데?
doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you
모르겠습니다.
find out, maybe you can let me
알게
know.
되면 얘기해 주세요.
She questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants,
식물들
bit
이것저것
of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she
살펴보진
didn't.
않았다.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't
아무것도
touched it.
건들지 않았다.
How can you tell?
Trust me.
아
I can
보면 알
tell.
수 있어?
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just
처음엔
bored
그냥
at
둘 다
first.
심심했던 것 같다.
Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the
곤충에 대해 물어보곤
insects.
했다.
Insects.
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box,
나뭇잎과
leaves and
장가지가
twigs inside.
있었어요.
She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes. Doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
본인에 대해서 이렇게 말하는 거야?
That's me.
Yeah, that's. It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
농담을 참 어렵게
I
하네.
imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer sometimes. He's always
Sometimes.
curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds too. And
곤충에
insects.
대해서도
He's
물어봤다.
pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
진화 생물의
I
학식이
didn't
있다.
think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the
피앙세다.
wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's, well, they make
여러
assumptions.
추측을 하죠.
And how's the relationship doing
최근?
recently?
Good. It's good.
그래? 정작 페니는 그렇게
Poppy
생각 안
and
하는
I
것
are
같은데.
friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual
대개는
flowers
특이한
mostly.
꽃을
I've
특이한
been
꽃에
teaching
관심이
her.
있다.
Right.
Is something wrong?
좋아 이제
Nice painting.
하나씩
Gives you a
물어보죠.
pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable.
측정이 불가능하다.
Not even
뭔지 몰라?
Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as
이
far as I
각도에서
know.
찍은 사진은
So
없는 걸로
Freya
안다.
just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well,
We don't actually know who
누가
it was.
보냈는지 모른다.
We were contacted
익명으로
anonymously.
연락받았다.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I
한 번도
never thought
생각해보지
about that.
않았는데?
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
그냥 보면 파피 거란 걸 다
It's
아나
of no
보네.
interest to
카세트
me,
테이프를
but I
파피밖에 안
overheard
쓰나 봐.
Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
자세한 건 기억이 안
What do you
난다.
think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife,
칼처럼
but
보이기는
Flora
한다.
wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
쓰러져
She
있다고 하지
wasn't
않았나?
standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form.
물감을 다시 분리하기
There's
정말
something
힘들지.
off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. It's an egg with feet.
발이 달린
It
에그.
was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story. That
재밌네요.
belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Felix made that? Huh. That's quite sweet, really. It's Fifi and Freya.
피피랑
Don't you think
플레야.
Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
Two people isn't a crowd.
두 사람이 뭘
Right, but if she
빙빈다고.
was in the photo, then it'd be three.
Checkmate.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although the
와,
photo
최고의
doesn't carry
작품이라고?
the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of
그림
painting.
그런 그림이 아니라고 생각한다.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done?
어휴. 별로 감상이
knows
없는데?
about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't
그건
grow
더
that
이상 키우지
anymore.
않습니다.
I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for
아,
me.
전에는
I could
키웠었어?
never get it to live more than a couple of weeks. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
다들 피피 거라고
That's not where
생각하네.
we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
아, 이런 거 보면은 다 피피 거처럼
This
생기긴
is a good
했어.
example of how things work. I mixed that soil here in the greenhouse. It's
온실에서
made with
혼합해
water from
만든
the lake.
거다.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony.
Sometimes. You
가끔은요.
never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
들여다봅니다. 그냥 보고 연구할
This
뿐인가?
is yours, Fitz?
Yeah.
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
I've seen
딱정벌레.
beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around
생각보다
here.
흔하다고?
There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
새와 새장.
Penelope's three favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets?
아, 설마.
Do they have names?
Oh, they
피온의 네
have
번째
names.
새가 자기야?
Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember? what
공식적으로
she
네
named
마리 새를 키우는
do
걸로
not.
돼 있다는 거 하나 모자가 아니라 자기 자신 아닐까?
Those petals, they,
it? What?
they're red.
빨갛네요.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower.
포인트 타워에
just
갈
don't have
이유가
a reason
없어서 안
to.
간다.
What's with the broken glass?
그건 나도 궁금한데?
Any idea who this is?
No idea.
모릅니다.
Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning.
처음 배울 때를
She's
기억한다.
improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Wait, those are mine. The earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
일주일 전쯤에
What do you need
없어졌다고?
earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why?
전기톱이라도
You don't own
쓰세요?
a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening and it stops people
아
from trying
그래?
to
말을
talk to
걸지
me.
않는다. 걸어도 무시당했으니까 그렇지.
We found these up in
안
the
들렸을
rooftop
테니까.
garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
옥상 정원을장
Why not?
청소하지 않는다.
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. I
감개.
don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3.
아무도 몰라.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
좋아요. 이제 가서
There's
아휴,
something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something.
뭔가 수상하다.
Let's ask him about it.
일단 나중에.
There's something about
아니.
Hawkshaw's handheld. Something.
Let's ask her about
나중에.
it.
누구 먼저 해볼까? 일단 PP 먼저. 새로운 힌트가 생겼는지 좀
Freya
봐볼래?
drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
개인적인 일이다. 혐의!
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages
그걸
of 10.
설명하고 있는 거냐고.
There are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
이거 일장이
It's
전혀
not a
아니야.
diary at all.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It
일기장으로
doesn't
쓴 적
look
없는 거 아니야?
unused.
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove.
진짜
who the
주인을
original
증명할 수 있는 게
owner
있어?
was.
이게 뭐야? 아!
Let's take a closer look at this.
이 두 단서 간의 연관성은?
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
프레야의
You were hiding
일기장이었어?
Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked too.
Why would I do either of these things?
왜 그런 일을 하는데요? 그러게 왜 그런 일을 해? 왜 숨겼을까?
Freya didn't want anyone to
되게
see
이상하네요.
personal secrets
여가 찍어 놓긴
within Freya's
했지만
diary. Almost.
하나만
Maybe
바꿔보라고?
just change one thing.
하나만 바꿔보라고?
Freya was always suspicious of personal secrets within Freya's diary. Nope.
이게 아니네요. 그럼 요건 맞았던 거죠? 뭐가 틀린 거야? 아, 이게 틀린 거야? 그림?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I
아,
know
그런
Freya was
거야?
your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so
그러니까
this might
피피의
be difficult to
비밀을 프레야가
understand.
알고 있어서
She
그
did her
일기장에
own
적혀 있던 건가?
In her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise
그러면
person I
얘는
have ever
피피의
known.
일기장 내용을 알고 있다는 거네?
All right, Fifi.
Finally. What's in there?
내용이 뭐야? 영혼 정결자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이젠 내게는 두 개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 모두 봤다. 다섯 모두. 눈을 모두 까맣게 그었다. 아, 얘는 하프 비밀을 풀었나 보네? 뭔 소린지 하나도 모르겠어요.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
좋아요. 그 전에 봐야 될 게 있죠? 왜 그림자 속에 숨어 있는 거야, 무섭게.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up
포인터
Pointer
탑에
Tower,
올라가는 걸 봤다고 칼을 든
holding
채.
a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife.
게다가 몰래
And
다니지도
I don't
않습니다.
sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
그걸 당신이
A
어떻게
guess.
아냐?
She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
칼이 아니면 대체 뭐였을까? 모종삽 아니야?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
아, 이거 설마 페니한테 준 화분을 얘가 관리하고 있던 거야? 탑을 오르면서?
An ornate trowel is part of a matching set with a potted flower in Penny's room. Almost.
하나만 더
Maybe
바꿔봐.
just An ornate trowel
맞네요.
is used by
이 꽃을
Fitz to
자기가
look after
관리했네.
a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
그 파란 흙 말하는 거 아니야?
Let's take a closer look at these. The pot and soil
맞네요.
in Penny's room matches
이거
the pot and
어려운 거랑
soil
쉬운 거
found in
순서가
Fitz's
있나
greenhouse.
본데 여가 좀 엉망진창으로 풀었나 봐.
Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
완전 페니처럼 생겼다.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
아,
Turns
그러네.
out Penny isn't
어떻게
particularly
보면은 되게
interested
페니처럼
in
생기긴 했네요.
looking after plants. So Go into her room every now and again, when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil. Just
죽지
trying
않게
to keep it
하려고요.
alive.
그렇군요. 다음 탐정.
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
찾는 게 뭔지 알아야겠다.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
보기보다
Thanks.
멍청하지 않다.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetles hidden in there.
딱정벌레는
Well,
쉽게
Fitz said you
숨겼을 수도
quit.
있었다.
But didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate
교묘함과는
subtlety.
거리가 먼
He
유형.
simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
이건
It's
현미경이
not a
아니야.
Oh,
microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of
현미경
expert
전문가가
on
되셨다.
microscopes.
아, 왜 죄다 렌즈밖에 없어?
The handheld
전혀 아닌 것
microscope is
같네요.
made entirely out of a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. Almost.
아, 뭐야,
Maybe
하나밖에 안
just
틀렸어?
change one. The handheld
됐다.
microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning
왜
a
40개에 대해
telescope?
거짓말을 했죠?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy.
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I
은하계
harbored a
황제라니.
desire to understand the secrets of the
얜
wider
탐정이
universe.
아니라
A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one.
전문학자가 되고 싶었나
At
보네요.
15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the
소형
deal with the
망원경이
little
무슨
telescope?
상관이죠?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary
아,
monument. I had
포인터 교수가
hoped to maximize
천문학자라고 알고
its
있으니까
an extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the
온실을 그
greenhouse
정도로
to such a
수색할
degree.
필요도 없었습니다.
Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect
이미
is your
죽어버렸잖아.
murder victim.
좋아요. 그럼 이제 마지막으로 퍼즐 풀러 가볼까요? 뭐야 이거?
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
개처럼
Looks kinda like
생겼는데?
a crab.
There's a note.
What does it say? Grimoire?
어요. 아니, 얘 죽었잖아.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it
어떻게
be?
그럴 수 있지?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect
완벽히
match.
똑같아.
well, It's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
유령이 우리를
Let's
돕고 있다.
keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
엥? 이제 일장이 끝났다고? 아니겠지. 5시간 동안 했는데 일장이 끝났다고?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
Let's come back later.
아니 이봐 너무 어려운데? 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 그에게 행운을 빕니다. 그러게요. 기네요. 하루 만에 끝나는 게 아니었네. 일단 선율이라고 하니까 파피한테 가보죠. 어두운 잉크층이 있습니다. 이거 어떻게 쓰라는 건지 잘 모르겠네.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
됐어요? 그럼 뭔가 달라졌겠죠? 오! 피아노! 피아노 4면 어디지?
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
입술, 새, 종?
Let's come back later.
종이 있던 데가 어디 있지 않았었나? 일단 새.
They're bird cages. But the birds are coming.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
얘 새 소리를 들을 수 있는 데가 어디 있지 않았었나? 분명히 새 소리를 들을 수 있는 데가 있었어요. 여기. 아 여기 아니야.
Once more.
I cannot believe how exciting.
좋아요. 새 소리는 들었어요. 다음에 종이죠. 입술이랑 종. 입술이랑 종?
There are weeds
it's an
in it.
aquarium.
Could be. Any more.
아 설마 여기랑 연결된 게 이거야? 종 어디 있었던 것 같은데. 어딘가에 종 비스무리한 게 있었던 것 같은데 어딘지 생각이 안 나. 이건가?
The bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in
Other
Belgium?
than bells, you mean?
아 이게 아닌가 보네요. 어디로 가야 돼? 무슨 멜로디가 들리지 않았냐고? 이건가? 흥얼거리는 소리. 이게 입술이야?
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
아 맞네 콧노래. 그러면은 나머지 하나는 종인데 종 이것도 힌트를 봐보죠. 정문에 무슨 저 종소리. 이 소리. 초인종 소리였네요.
That's all formality.
So, what?
Should we go back to the gardens?
Let's try this again.
맞추면
You know,
된다는
I
거겠죠?
think we might be able to solve this.
된 거지.
That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
와, 역시 문이었어.
Are we gonna go in?
당연히 들어가야죠.
Yeah, but there's a couple of things I want to do first.
모든 단서 수집이라고? 모든 단서 수집. 설마 새로 나온 힌트에 대해서 물어보고 다녔어야 되나? 이거
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them?
한 명 한 명 물어보고 다니죠.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did
죽었나요?
it die?
I don't know. Seems likely.
그럴
though,
가능성이
doesn't it?
높다. 또 누구한테 안 물어봤죠?
Yes, very nice.
정말 도움이 되네요.
Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've
본지 꽤
seen it.
오래됐네요. 얘한테 물어봤고 피피한테도 물어봤죠. 얘한테도 물어봤지 않았나? 페니한테 안 물어봤던가?
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
페니한테 물어봤네? 그러면은 얘 둘한테 안 물어봤나 보다. 어휴 무서워. 너 왜 거기 그러고 숨어있어? 물어봤네. 얘한테 안 물어봤었네요.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years
몇
ago.
년 전에 그린
I
그림.
see.
됐어, 이제 가면 되겠죠? 에? 야, 모든 단서가 뭐야? 정문을 살펴봐야 돼. 정문.
There's a heart engraved in the tree. I didn't know people actually did that.
PPFF.
A path leading towards the stone square.
Do you think he'll start to move if we...
No, I think he'll just sign.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle.
Twir.
다 모았나 이제? 정문을 살펴봐야 된다고? 뭔가 더 살펴볼 게 있었나요?
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can
I'm
just...
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah. It's red, but I don't think it's painted.
페인트 칠한 것 같지는
It's
않아.
just red.
Little bird feeder.
How do you know they're for birds?
Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
나름 이유가 있었겠지.
A path leading towards the stone square.
Which one do you think came
The
first?
age-old question. It's not soil.
어?
It's
이거
still-
뭐야 이거?
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion?
No, definitely.
엥? 이런 게 있었어? 아니 이런 게 있었다고?
Are we done?
For now. It's about time we found out what's beneath the garden.
이것도 물어보고 다녀야 되나? 뜯어온 편지.
Curious.
딱히 아는 건 없어 보이네요.
You get a good view of the lake from here.
I'm as confused as you are.
얘도 아무것도 모르겠지? 말하지 않음. 뭐 당연히 그렇겠죠.
Where on earth did you find
어디서
that?
그걸 찾았죠?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar.
이상하네요. 얘가 제일 수상해.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little
흥미로운
letter?
숫자들을 써놨을까요?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous
익명의
letter?
편지?
Classic.
전형적인
you.
단서네요. 얘 추림을 너무 좋아하는 거 아니야?
Don't you think that's weird?
수상하지
The
않아요?
letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone,
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
or they're trying to manipulate
당신들을
you.
조종하려거나 가짜 단서. 아, 너 거기 숨어있지 말고 좀 앞에 나와 있어.
How odd.
무섭단 말이야 볼 때마다. 나중에 나는 탐정이죠라고 할 것 같은 많이 하네요. 그러게요.
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns.
연루된
Can
사람을
you do
증명할 수
that?
없다면 전부 다
No.
쓰레기다.
No.
이제 다 들어 물어봤죠? 가볼까?
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
밑으로 가자. 들어가. 지하. 어휴 뭐야? 벌레가 잔뜩 있네.
This place would never pass a fire safety
여기는
inspection.
절대 화재 안전 검사를 통과하지 못할 거야. 그건 그래.
Bugs.
큰 벌레.
Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
금속으로 만든 것처럼 생겼는데?
It looks like they're being
보기에는
boiled,
끓고 있는 것 같지만
but the liquid is
얼음장처럼
ice
차가워.
cold. It looks like the liquid is ice.
Thirsty?
목말라?
A candle perched on a
촛불이야.
barrel.
나무통 위에 있고.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
나 해적 생각했는데.
Medieval
그러게요.
pirates.
중세적으로 하자.
Hand-drawn entomology
곤충학
charts.
도표.
Hand-drawn entomology charts. Chemistry
화학
apparatus.
장비.
What's in there?
뭐가 있어? 벌레가 있어요.
9 beetles, all different,
모두
all
다르고
dead.
모두 죽었어.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
그러게요. 숫자가 잔뜩 있네요.
9 beetles.
Poor little
There's a bunch. It's mostly numbers. It's a little diagram of a beetle with some
알아볼 수 없는
incomprehensible
내용이 적혀
notes.
있다.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really
굉장히 평범해
normal
보여.
compared to the beetles behind the glass.
그러게요. 이 그림에 있는 딱정벌레는 되게 평범해 보이네요.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
황금벌레? 그것도 있고 그냥
That's an
이 동네에 있는
incredibly
물
specific
때문에
area of
그런지
study.
다 유전적으로 변이가 일어난다고 하잖아요.
Rows of plants.
누가 그걸
growing
조사한
in
거
wide
아닐까?
wooden boxes.
나무 상자에 식물들이 일렬로 자라고 있어.
What color is the soil?
It looks black, but it's
검은색으로
too dark
보인다.
to tell.
파란색 아닐까?
A glass tank. It's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside.
A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms.
작은 방이 9개 있어.
Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if there's...
I like that you called them rooms.
그걸 방이라고 부르다니 귀엽다.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
어휴, 뭐야
Weird
이거?
looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
아니 이건 퍼즐이잖아. 그것도 미로네요. 오잉. 어려운데? 우리 끝부분부터 해볼까? 아무튼 절로 이어지기만 하면 되는 거잖아. 뭐? 어? 뭐 안 맞는데? 어라? 아 이렇게인가? 아 뭐야? 이렇게인가? 여기 끊어져 있는데 그럼? 뭘까요?
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key and lock symbols on either side.
밀라는 건 여우도 알고 있는데 이 사이에가 이게 아니면 들어갈 게 없는데. 일단 치워봐. 하나씩 해보자. 뭔가 다른 길이 있을 수도 있으니까요. 아무리 봐도 이상한 것 같은데. 아 이건가? 이렇게 이어지나? 아 이렇게 이어지나?
No, that was it.
Nice work. Anything inside?
Yeah.
또
More
연구물이야.
research.
비밀 연구물. 고유의 동식물은 아직 알려지지 않은 수많은 화학물질의 부산물이다. 물속에서 끊임없이 존재하며 구름을 형성하고 호수를 채운다. 식물과 동물의 다양한 돌연변이를 일으킨다. 거미류와 곤충, 연체동물, 양서류, 각각류와 같은 작은 생물이 가장 큰 영향을 받는다. 새와 파충류에게도 돌연변이를 일으킬 수 있다. 우리가 아는 한 포유류는 완전 영향권 외이다. 아니! 디번이 있잖아.
Whose research is this?
이건 누구의 연구물이지?
This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete.
빠진 부분이
There's a
있다.
section missing.
야, 한 페이지가 빠져있네요. 야, 이거네.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
포인터의 비밀
Definitely seems
실험실?
like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
그러게요. 포인터는 무언가를 번식키랬다.
Pointer
이렇게인가?
has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the astronomy tower. Almost.
하나만 더
Maybe
바꿔봐.
just change.
이 지하 실험실인가?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the
얘가
underground laboratory.
상속이 없어갖고 재산이 없다
Why?
그랬던가 지금?
Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
금이니까.
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite.
그건 그래.
Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
그럼
might have
포인터가
been Freya
범인이야?
after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the
아직도
bigger
뭔가
picture.
큰 그림이 그려지지
There's no
않아.
way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
뭐야? 아! 이미 위에 있는 걸 다 알고 와갖고 그냥 내려가지는구나.
A single book on a little
단 한 권의
makeshift
책.
table.
This is creeping me out.
Why?
I think it's a
어린이용 책
children's book.
같아. 아이 그러네. 얼룩새, 은뱀, 영혼 전달자. 아 이게 영혼 전달자야? 양서구리. 두 발로 걷는 개구리 같이 생긴 생물체. 아무리 봐도 디번이잖아. 무섭다. 알은 알 것 같아.
It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks. And a
망토
green
둘에
hat draped
초록색
on
모자가
top for good
매일 걸쳐
measure.
있어.
Gives off kind of a
지하 감옥
dungeon
분위기가
vibe.
Do
난다.
people actually use
Nothing
chain?
good.
좋은 곳에는 아니야.
This room looks old. Like, old.
Makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern. Basements don't
창문이
normally
없지 않아?
have windows.
Or at the bottom of the
호수
lake.
바닥에
It
있어.
must be.
Right, but if that's the lake bed, why does it look like
Like
that?
what?
White,
하얗고
smooth,
부드럽다.
no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
여긴 어디야?
We're too late. This photograph. has
이
been
그림은
stabbed.
찔렸어.
By
Not
what?
sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
금속 막대. 어? 마치 이거는 흉기같이 보이네요. 범인이 쓴.
So what's the photo?
아! 큰 남자, 작은 새.
Do you know who it is in the photo?
물음표가 마구마구 생기고 있어요.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can
Let me
read it.
guess. Blank.
서재, 창고, 침실. 아 뭐야, 탑이 없네? 원래는 탑이 없었네요.
Hold on. Have we been to all of these rooms already? Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went.
How did we miss it?
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing?
I think it's that big glass. This seems
Agreed.
우리 연구실은 얼룩새가 맞아요. 그 연구실은 가본 적이 없어요. 뭐부터 해야 될지 헷갈리는데? 여기잖아.
Let's not wander off.
지금은 돌아다니지 말자. 호수!
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
it's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker. at the
그러게요. 왜 호수
Not
밑바닥이 더
lighter.
밝지?
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of 탱글타워?
bottom. We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
그냥
I
부자가
feel
되고
like the
싶었나
Remingtons
보지.
came here for the lake, for what was in
호수
it.
속에 있는 것을 위해서
It's
레밍턴가에
empty, though.
왔다고?
More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
원래는 뭔가 있었다는 거야?
This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
That's not right.
이게 아니야?
That's not right.
이것도 아니야?
That's not right.
이것도 아니야?
That's not right.
아 여기 있다.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
레밍턴경.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is.
Yeah, it's her. See the bird,
아
too.
어릴 때는
I
그래도
never would have
귀여웠네요.
guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she
지금이랑
looks so
다를 거 없어
different.
보인다고?
Let's head back up. I want to find that lab.
바로 마지막 방 찾으러 가. 벌써 밤이 되었네요.
Wow, it's
How
dark.
long were we down there?
Let's look for. It's somewhere.
The
in
room was marked on the building plans we found.
연구실 일로 들어갈 수 있지 않을까요?
This must be.
How are we supposed to get?
Hang on, but I think there's a switch.
눌러봐. 어휴.
A ladder.
Want to go up?
그래도 거의 다 한 것 같기도 하고. 근데 벌써 9시 반이야. 일단 아슬아슬한 시간까지 좀 해보죠.
Is that a crab?
아 이게 영혼 전달자인가 그건가?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You could
Also, crabs.
for
Good.
more. Don't you think it looks familiar?
어휴. 회전할 수 있고 집게발을 여다 댈 수 있다. 근데 그거 어떻게 하라고?
I guess
I
that's
don't think we need to
What
guess.
do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
사건
This
파일에
crab
있다고?
really reminds
that little wooden.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen it more recently.
뭐 어디서 봤는데? 아! 이 모양대로 하면 돼? 잠깐 다시 봐봐. 닫았고 두 개는 열고 있고요. 방향은 같네요.
Is that a?
It's got a
Also,
90도는 아니었던 것 같아. 이렇게인가?
perfect.
뭐야? 안에 들어있는 거
What's this?
석궁이네.
something somebody didn't want us to find.
석궁이네.
What is it?
곰!
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top.
상이 3회도 안 들어.
Dragon?
Snake?
이게 그 흰 뱀인가 보네요.
Worm?
That's the one.
It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one of the
세상에
chains.
걸려
Looks
있어.
like there's a couple of things missing from it.
아! 얘 어디서 본 것 같다? 아무리 봐도 그 탐정
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle.
Honestly, doesn't look like that.
I'm more worried about the third one.
세 번째 무기가 사라졌다.
The one that isn't there.
이 석궁이죠?
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
노트를 아무데나 둔다. 이건 무슨 노트인 거지?
an incinerator built into the wall.
아, 소강로. 어쩐지 따뜻한 열이 난다
It's still
그랬죠.
pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
근데 뭔가 있다. 뭐야? 아! 깃털. 검은 버튼이 몇 개 있다. 단추 같아 보이기도 하고요.
Someone's been using this room. Who are all the
Not sure, but it looks like their eyes have all been crossed out.
얼굴을 다 지웠네. 미스티드 저택의 대표자들.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
저야 하나씩 풀어보죠.
I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret.
아무도 모르는
It's
비밀.
not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
아, 그러고 보니
Whoever
그
it was,
탐정
they left more
자기
than just
방이
the notebook.
없었지.
There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be
그러게요. 그
impossible, you
탐정인
know.
척하는 애 있었잖아요. 이거에 들어갈 건 아무리 봐도 이거 같죠? 얘 지금 보면은 탐정이 입고 있는 빨간 옷 같지 않나요? 여기는 이건가? 아, 근데 쓰고 있던 건 탐정이 아닌 것 같네.
Painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did
프레야의 방에
Freya
있던
design
물건들이니까.
Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why
프레야가
Freya made
디자인,
that
프레야가
painting,
고용했다고?
but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it
아,
down.
가짜 힌트.
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
혹샷이 쓰고 있던 방인 것
Another
같죠?
photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at 탱글타워?
누군가 만난 사람 있나?
Well, the woman
이
on the
아저씨
left
아니야?
looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is
펠릭스랑
him.
닮긴 했지만 아니에요. 이거 가문의 시초가 되는 5사람인가?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
나머지는 어디 붙지?
We found them already.
이건 이거였고요.
I think that might attach the crossbow, but not this
아,
part.
이 부분은 아니야?
I think that might, but not this part.
잠깐만, 뭘 보려는 거야? 이거 뒤로 못 가나? ESC가 아니네? 아, 만원경? 이거는 이게 맞겠죠? 이 빨간 건 뭐야? 아, 이건가? 아니,
What do you make of it?
Not sure.
일단
Let's
모든
keep an
가능성을
open
열어두자.
mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
맞아, 어떻게 죽였는지도 알아야지. 뭘로 죽였는지는 알았죠, 이제. 석궁으로 죽였어요.
Time to solve this.
이제 해결을 하자.
All right, break out the notebook.
수첩 준비해.
Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found
현장
anywhere near
근처에서
the crime
발견되지도
scene.
않았고
It was cleaned, then
피도
it was
없었다.
hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
위에서 쐈다. 아마도 위에서 쏜 거겠지?
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there.
한 부분도
The
거기서
wheel was
찾았다.
used to pull the arrow back up through the
아,
crack in
이거
the floorboards.
화살
Explains why we
당기는
never found a
도르래야?
weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic.
아니구나.
I'm
당기
guessing
다시
they were in a
뽑는 데
hurry
쓴
to
거구나.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
하지만 이미
Freya was
누워 있는
already lying on her
상태였다.
back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
쉬고
She
있었다?
was relaxing.
You think so?
Maybe not.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
의식이 없는
She'd
상태였다.
fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall
무언가
unconscious.
때문에 의식불명이 됐다. 물감 냄새 아닌가?
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
죽음기
The
때문인가?
gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do
죽음기가
that.
반으로 갈라진 이유가 뭔가 있었던 보네요.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
작은 무언가가 뭐야? 유리.
That's not it.
아, 이거 아니야? 물감인가?
That's not it.
뭔가가 있긴 했었을
That's
텐데
not it.
깨질 만한 게. 테이프?
That's
이건
not it.
아니고. 다 찍어봐.
That's not it.
뭐가 있었던 거죠?
That's not it.
핑크 테이프?
That's not it.
핑크 테이프는 있긴 했어. 밖에 꽂혀져 있었죠? 열매인가?
That's not it.
어떻게 맞는 게 하나도 없어.
That's not it.
알도 아닐 거고.
That's not it.
작은 무언가가 있었다고 했죠.
That's not it.
작은 무언가.
That's not it.
이제 한 절반쯤 찍지 않았나? 또 황금벌레. 아 이건가?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud
설마
noise
종일
around
거라고
the time of
생각해서
murder.
안 찍었었는데
Neither of them
황금벌레구나.
had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either.
뭔가 특정한
It might
주파수
just
타입일
be
수
a
있다.
particular type of
그러고
frequency.
보니
This is getting
어릴수록
kind
잘
of
들리는 주파수가
scientific.
있긴 하죠.
Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't. But I think
하지만
someone
누군가는 아는 것
else
같아.
does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The hornet's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident.
아 누가 미리
This is
실험한 거야? 아
someone's
그래서 이렇게
science
깨진 조각이 있는 거고?
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
데미지.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage.
그
while they were
뭐야 그
in that
작은
room.
물감통이
That's
깨질
some
정도의
seriously
주파수라고?
powerful vibration, enough to crack
음파 병기
metal,
아니냐고.
enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
자신을
They
보호했다.
protected
그
themselves.
귀마개.
How?
잃어버린 귀마개를 주웠고
These
땄다
are some
그랬잖아.
pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic,
귀마개를 쓰고
wearing
있다.
earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly
Phew.
downwards.
으악.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8.
퓨.
The door is
맞아요.
kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it.
그래서 누가 범인이야?
There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
It's dark.
어둡다.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
그림 속에 있다. 근데 왜 화분이 두 개가 있죠?
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
It's dark.
뭘까요?
I can see the stars. Freya, did you leave us a clue?
필요한 색을 미리 섞어 놓는다. 노란색? 빠진 단서.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. in this room. Where'd it go?
어디로 갔을까?
We never found it.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
그죠? 다른 곳에서 찾았죠? 여기 있었잖아.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene and ended up in the incinerator
소각로에서
down in the study.
태워버렸다.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is,
그러게.
how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
끝내지 못한
In
그림.
the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the
살인,
murder.
그렇게 되긴
If only
하지.
she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas.
뭘까요? 그보다 슬슬 요 들어가 보지 않으면 안 되는데.
That's not it.
뭐였지? 끝내려고 했었다. 화분의 꽃은 아니었죠.
That's not it.
여기에 있는 것들도 아니겠지?
That's not it.
열매
That's not it.
아니야. 새?
That's not it.
뭔지 모르겠네요.
That's not it.
어떻게 보여줬을까?
That's not it. That's not it.
어떻게 보여줬을까?
That's not it. That's not it.
뭘까요?
That's not it.
아니 뭐야?
That's not it.
이거 모르겠어. 초상화?
That's not it.
초상화로 초승화 직시하기. 다행히 아니었어요.
That's not
비밀
it.
연구물 아니고 어린이 책도 아니긴 하죠.
That's not it.
여기 있는 건 다 아닐 건데.
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to
아니
use
이거였냐고.
before she started painting.
빨간색은 그러네요. 원래는 빨간색이 없다 그랬잖아.
The blood was
이건
added
아니긴
by the
하겠죠.
murderer, so the ink dip feather is the murder weapon. Nope.
아! 다 틀렸네. 노란 물감, 검은 물감. 노란색 물감? 캔버스에 떨어졌다. 노란 물감은 맞아. 이건 맞겠죠? 화분 식물 이 스케치 찍어. 얼룩새가 떨어뜨렸다고? 창문에 앉아있던 무언가.
The yellow paint was going to
그래요?
be used to paint the sketch.
화분이
of
하나 더 있긴
something
하죠.
sitting in
현장에
the
없는데.
window.
Something in the window. Oh.
아니 이거 금방 끝날 것 같은데. 하지만 여운 이제 시간이 없고.
That's not it.
아 왜 노란색이잖아. 왜? 새? 아? 아니 왜 이렇게 있어?
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
아니 이 새 왜 화분처럼
She
있어?
did,
넌 언제 들어왔어?
but she's a very good listener. Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
어휴.
Penny, why did you...
It's Penelope,
팬이야?
if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
뭐야 이거? 손을 묶어. 감개.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right?
얘가
Interesting.
팬이야?
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
아 근데 아까 전에 다섯
Freya
명의 사진에
fellow
얘가 있긴 했던 것
was
같네요.
an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create.
그러면은 얘는 자기 방에서
Nothing.
빨간
The
망토를
willpower
입고
to
거기까지
walk
내려간 거였어?
Beyond her boundaries, she was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
세 번은 만났다고?
How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at 탱글타워, and you feel like
근데 거의
you've
대부분
got
파악하지 않았나요?
everyone sussed, unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
페넬로피.
Suppose
그건
I
놀랄 여지가
can't-
없겠죠.
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us. So why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those
아
that
이야기
came
길어질 것
after.
같아. 큰일 났어.
Living
꺼야
at
되는데.
탱글타워, it is very
아무튼 여
difficult
내일은
to
공포
attain
게임을
the
해요.
levels of
일요일이니까
self-realization
공포
you
게임한 날이에요.
probably take for granted.
여가
you sure
갑자기
this
말이
is a
없어지고 방송이
탱글타워
끝난다
thing?
싶으면은 타임
And not
오버된
a you
거예요.
thing?
Perhaps you didn't
나머지는
notice.
거의 다 끝난 것
One
같은데 다음에
of
커서
them's
봐야
happened,
될까?
not
엔딩을?
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave.
아무튼 오늘도 방송
Penny, you
봐주셔서
said you
고마워요.
traveled, didn't
여
you?
언제 끌지 모르니까
I did.
미리 인사해둘게.
Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall.
미리
did
맞아요.
you not?
깨스님 어서 와요.
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here
내일은
anymore.
A bunch of
내일은
people
최근에
who
나왔던
don't
공포
live
게임.
here anymore. I couldn't
뭐였지?
have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too.
뭐였지?
The other two Remingtons.
아, 그 지와의
Poppy's
LT라는
mother,
게임을 할 거예요.
Primrose, and her brother Richard.
뭐 뭔가
And
뭔가
Fritz's
리틀
father.
나이트메어랑
It's
비슷한
5
게임이래.
people
그렇게
that might have
듣기만
lived here,
했어요.
but don't.
And
내일은
that
그걸 할 거고
was the first question
다음 주
I
월요일
wanted
날은
answered.
어차피 아무도 안 오니까
You
공부나 좀
wanted to
하자.
know where they'd all
쉴 수도
gone?
있어요.
More than that. I wanted to know if I belonged with them. That'd be
월요일이라서
crazy.
여우도 힘들어.
Not among the
월요병
fellows,
걸리는
the
날이에요.
Remingtons, or the Pointers.
아무것도 안 하지만 그래도
There
월요병이
must be a reason why
걸리는
everyone
월요일.
else left. Some
뭔가
common
마력이 있어 월요일
purpose
날은.
they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose too.
So, what did you actually
그건 잘
do about it?
모르겠어요. 여우도 아예
Nothing
정보를
I could
몰라.
do at first.
그냥 새로 나온
Nobody
공포
would tell
게임이란
me
것만
anything.
알고
The more questions I
리뷰상
asked,
리틀 나이트메어랑
fewer
비슷하다라는
answers
말을
I
누가
got.
적어놓은 걸 봐서
Then
그것만 기억하고 있어요.
I found it.
나 심지어
19.
정보도 아직 안 봤어.
Same
완전
age
모르는
Freya
공포 게임이에요.
is now.
Found what?
사실 공포 게임인지도 모르는데
The aviary.
Wait, I'm confused.
Then I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
연구실이다.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a
그런 것
bedroom.
같아요.
I'd hear
아무튼
voices
그래서
at night.
그 공포 게임 근데 공포 게임 태그가 달려 있어서 공포 게임이라고
thing.
생각한
Wall
거지
behind
공포
my
게임이
bed
아닐
would get
수도 있어.
incredibly hot.
근데
For
공포
hours
게임이
on
아니면
end.
공포 태그가 안 달려 있겠지?
Paint would peel. Wallpaper would
얼마
stain.
전에 심리적 공포에
Thought
속은
I was
적이 있었죠.
cursed. I
두근두근
thought it
문예부에
was
속았지.
something trying
아무튼
to
그래요.
break through.
얘 말이
Eventually,
너무
I couldn't
길어.
take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know what
그래서
you're doing.
내일은 그걸 할 거고
So you got into the study.
그리고 조만간
found
요마와리도
this
선물
player.
받아서
That must have
요마와리도
been
할
a
거예요.
relief, right?
이거랑 같이 선물 받은 거야 이 게임이랑.
Still warm when I found it.
당근이랑 책찍을 같이 받았어.
I looked inside.
이게 당근이에요. 당근 미리 먹기. 엥?
Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
이거 길어질 것 같은데 일단 끌까요? 아, 어떻게 끄는 거야 근데? 그 X 누르면 되나? 아무튼 그래 요 이제 진짜로 가봐야 돼. 밖에 문 여는 소리 들려. 이거 공포 게임이야 현실이. 아무튼 다들 좋은 밤 되요. 잘 자요. 내일 봐요. 바이바이. 내일은 공포 게임 할 거니까 다들 비명 소리 들으러 오지 않아도 돼요. 하루 종일 비명 지를 것 같으니까 오지 않으셔도 돼요. 바이바이. 농담이야. 꼭 와야 돼. 요 보러 와. 바이바이요. 잘 자요.